do it manually through I think it's it's uh you something you like it's I think it's a pilot thing more than it's a unit thing, where it's like with your pilot you can buy like more sight for them so that they can use their special attacks at a bit more farther ranges.
Okay.
So
all right. Okay. So let me just do something real quick here. Since okay, tweet that out. All right. So we are live now. Let me see. How's our audio? Everything looks good. Let me move the mic a little closer. I sound okay to you guys, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I do have one more thing about Super Robot Wars 30. You mentioned about they're going to include the DLC. So far, the Cyberbuster DLC
SGD, what happened to you?
it has a lot of interactions in the story as opposed to the SRX one. But I noticed that there is some interaction, so it could be that in future playthroughs with the characters incorporated, there's going to be more scenes with them.
I figured it's because
Oh, damn! SGD's avatar doesn't fit.
although I don't think they would have much impact in the main story because it just
No,
seems
it's not. Like right now, the Ray Earth and Knights of the Magic stuff is a side story. Right now.
Okay.
Right now, at least. Right now, it's like a subplot that they have set up stuff along with setting up Koji stuff.
Okay.
There
Hold on.
could be more to it. Because right now, I'm in the Space Arc, which is dealing with Gundam and a Majestic Prince.
Okay. You guys keep talking. I need to fix SGD's avatar.
Yeah. So much like in I'm pretty sure in the Space Route, the stuff by the time of the amount of missions that I play through right now, it will be mostly focused on Earth stuff. But then, basically, I had a whole string of I dubbed my personal Gundam arc, where I started Victory Gundam, then Narrative Gundam, and then that allowed me to instantly go to North America so I can get Char, and then Amuro, and then I'm about to do Camille, and then, nope, you spend too much time on side missions, now you have to do progress the main plot, and so we had to go up to Mars, and, Algheim shows up.
So the game forces you to do the main mission if you keep doing the side missions?
Yeah, after a while. It's very generous. It's very generous.
Okay. Because I was like, okay, so you could do whatever mission you want, but then now you're saying, well, if you keep doing the side missions for too long, then they'll say, okay, enough.
Emergency, like situation developed. It has become more dangerous. Which is fine. It's like, it's a nice break. It's like, okay. That we need to progress the main plot.
Okay.
And plus, it was still fun. Like, we went to Mars, we got Algheim in our team, and then immediately I went off to resolve the Camille, and now I'm on last 3 missions of like the set, and they're all Majestic Prince themed. So,
Okay.
and so far with Majestic Prince, it's kind of interesting. I have like a weird impression of Majestic Prince.
How's it weird?
So you get all 5 of them, and they are very based on the characters that I didn't expect certain things about him. Where the sniper character, whose glasses, I expect him to be more analytical. No, he's a bit more of a glory hog. Like, he accuses the main character of being glory hog, but he himself is. And he's also very horny.
Oh, he's horny?
Yeah, he wants to date anything that has any female within 5 feet of him that's not part of his team. He wants to flirt with, and the funny thing is, the big boob lady at the group is also horny for guys. She's all about love.
Oh, the captain?
Not the captain.
Oh.
The girl who has like the most blessed body.
Uh-huh.
And her mech is all about speed, and the way, and of course she is the only one that lays down, and the camera during some of the attacks shows off her butts and like top of her boobs, like on that. But yeah, she's all about love. Like, she wants to find love. And so, and then the main character, his motivation is he wants to be a hero.
Okay.
Like, that's his main motivation. He wants to be a hero. Which is fine, a good motivation. And then and his rival character is all about like being in the army, a bit more of being in the armor, more of the straight man, so I suppose, and more reserve. And then you have the other female who's more technical too, and they're basically both of them have to restrain the other two crazy. They both basically act like of course they act this way. They're the ones who get embarrassed by them.
Uh-huh.
And by the way, this group is called Rabbits, but they're also known as the Fail Five because apparently they're all good pilots by themselves, but they suck as a team.
Ah. All right. Anyways, sorry to break.
Did you get the koala work?
Yeah, I got the koala working. Here, I'll send you I'll put a screenshot in the back room. There we go. It is. SGD sits nicely into the lap of the silhouette. Well, to be fair, I was trying to find a picture of a drop bear, and well, the closest thing was a koala. So.
Well, it actually is very appropriate for my topic because one of the enemies.
Really?
That we'll be talking about. Yeah. It's a secret. Just wait.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, we spent 11 minutes just talking about Super Robot Story while trying to fix SGD's stupid koala avatar, so we could get a silhouette slap.
Well, by the way, audience members, it's not going to be featured. I have been playing it, and I really enjoy it so far. Maybe I'll do a review of it proper. I'll do a review proper once I finish it.
Yeah, we could do like dude, if you wanna, we could totally do Super Robot Wars for 2 cents. Let's see. I want to wait until December because I want to get the DLC too. Okay. So let's see who's in the chat. So Ray and Shells, how you two doing?
Regular 2 audience members.
And there's SGD shilling for Serena. Serena's not here though, even though... You know what's funny? It appears for some reason, at least I find this funny, Serena only ever shows up in the 2 cent stream whenever we're talking about something mecha related. The one thing she hates the most. And so whenever we're
does she hate watches? Does she just hate watches us? Well, no. I am gonna be talking about mecha later. There's 3 mechas I'm talking about.
But those aren't like main topics that we're talking about. Like she was there whenever we talk about like Gundam or like Get a Robo, but then ever since we started moving away from it, oh, she's not even here. Oh wow. maybe we just gotta keep talking about Gundam and she'll show up again.
I don't know. I don't think this time. Not right now.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I do stream late, mostly because, again, this time period appears to be the only time Spectrum seems to want to work for me. Every time I try to stream earlier, something goes awry. Unless I do it like what we did for the Get a Robo special, where we stream like much earlier, like early mid-afternoon, then appears Spectrum wants to behave. But anything around like 6 o'clock, everything goes to shit. And I was like, I don't understand why. But yeah, Spectrum sucks. That's I ranted about it already before, so there's that. Ray says she appears for your N-word pass. I'm just good for half of it. All right. So yeah, we spent 14 minutes just fixing stuff and talking about Super Robot Wars. So we're gonna be moving on soon. We got our usual members with us. SGD is back. He is here again to make memes in light of my suffering. And he's silent. I see.
Yeah.
I saw the things you said under the YouTube video and whatnot. Like, of course, it's still going to be autistic. I am autistic too.
yeah, but SGD it's like math, you know. It's like we got a bunch of positive, we got a bunch of autists, and then, you know, it all cancels each other out. Sometimes.
Oh, you keep 1 + 1 + 1 equals 3, Cengiz.
Yeah.
That's how math works.
Oh, I'm not good at math, okay? Ray says
you really want that clipped now? I'm not good at math, okay?
I'm not. I was never good at math. I every time. Okay.
Make a meme out of that.
Look,
make a meme out of that.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. Make a meme out of that. Okay.
Have it end with the failure button.
Okay, fine. You want me to press the button? Here you go. Here's the failure button.
Failure.
There you go. You got the failure button. Ray says, but Cengiz, you're Asian. I'm a genetic mutation, Ray. And the only other proof I can think of is I'm the only one in my entire family bloodline that's allergic to peanuts. So clearly there was some kind of mutation going on when I was in my mother's womb. Chelsea says, Asian good at math. My brother is. I have... You guys know my thoughts on my brother, but he's good at math, so... Yeah. Good for him. Good for
darn
him.
It. A new episode 1 of the animes I watched just came out.
Which one is it?
I will reveal it later.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways,
I'm gonna keep you guys in suspense.
Oh, okay, fine. All right, so enough chatting around. We can now begin our show. So let's start off with let's just start off with the big thing that I wanted to talk about, because this is something I watched recently, and SGD's avatar is too small. I need to upscale that. But so this is a movie I watched recently. It came out did Dune come out like sometime last week or the week before?
I think it was last
week.
Last week? Yeah, so I watched Dune for the second time. I was meeting up with a friend of mine that I haven't really spoken to in a while. But we watched Dune together today, and yeah, it's let me just say right off the bat, it's a good movie. I thoroughly enjoyed it. This music is really loud on my end. I'm turning it down. But yeah, Dune is a really good movie. I did not fall asleep halfway through, like I did with David Lynch's Dune. In fact, earlier this week, I actually tried again watching David Lynch's Dune just to see, okay, let's see if I can stay awake. Mission failed. Yeah, mission failed. I fell asleep halfway through again. So when I woke up, like, fuck, we're already at the scene where Paul's, facing what was the Harkonnen's name again? Who was played by Sting?
That's Harkonnen.
Hayes. Yeah, so it was already towards the end of the movie when I woke up, like, God damn it, I can't stay awake for David Lynch's Dune, but I was able to stay awake for this version of Dune. So this is the newest take on Dune by Denis, his last name is French. So there's that. That's why I can't pronounce it.
French guy.
Yeah, some French director made this new Dune. He was actually the same director behind the new Blade Runner movie, which I do want to check out since I did enjoy Dune. So I was like, okay, I'll give Blade Runner 2049 a shot because I thoroughly enjoyed this guy's work on Dune. And
meanwhile, somewhere in Arizona.
Oh, okay. But like, yeah, I'll go later into Dune, and since this is a movie that did just came out, I will try to lay off of the spoiler talk, because I think this is definitely a movie people should check out. Like this is a really good take on Dune, in my opinion, at least for me, because I have never read the books. Everyone here, though, especially like Nat, has told me that this movie is actually pretty accurate to the books. So I was like, okay, then I guess this is the. I wouldn't say this is. Well, maybe it might become, like, maybe some people consider it the definitive adaptation of Dune. I wouldn't go that far, but I will say it is a really good adaptation of Dune, in my opinion. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So,
well, it depends on part 2.
Oh, true. Part 2. That's also another. I still remember. It was like an IGN article, or like, oh wow, it was like an IGN review, like, wow, Dune is great. What a great movie it was. 7 out of 10. The third act never happens. Like, well, because this is part 1, you dumbasses.
Yeah, because essentially you watch is the first. You watch the extended cut of Dune.
you watch the director's cut of Dune.
Yeah,
make the Denise cut happen, Warner Brothers.
But that means some people will not like the second half because they will get bored.
Well, that's their opinion.
But I don't think they'll get, like, I guess I don't know where the hell I was going with any of it, or any of what I was saying.
That's half the show most of the time.
Like honestly, I think it's just, it's like with his films, he's always had this steady pace to them. So it's like part 2 will still have the pace, which I think is the crowning. I think it is, one of the best parts of the film, as many as there are.
Yeah, I will say, like, so this movie is like, it's like somewhere close to 2.5 hours, and it's a long movie. So, and it's also, the pacing is actually, it is a little on the slower side. It starts off a bit of a slow burn, but yet despite the slow pacing, this movie does find ways to keep you captivated on the screen. Like, you never you never want to, lose focus. Like, okay, what's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next to my boy Paul? Oh shit, they're going to Arrakis now. They go to Arrakis like, I think like around like somewhere close to the 30-minute mark of the movie is when they finally arrive on Arrakis, and it's like, and when I checked the time, I was like, oh wow, we're like 30 minutes in already. I didn't like, despite the slow pacing, time actually goes by pretty fast when watching the movie. So
yeah, that sounds right. Taking 30 minutes to get to Arrakis.
Yeah. So like somewhere around like the 30-minute mark, you finally get to Arrakis. And also the shot of them arriving on Arrakis, that was a beautiful shot. I remember me and Odd, we talked about it a bit. Like that was a beautiful shot. Like all those ships just, like I still remember like the freighter, which is those big cylinders that float above the Arrakis. Like when the freighter arrives on Arrakis, like that's a very ominous looking shot. And then you see these little dots come out of it, and you go, oh, those are all ships. And it's like little ants coming out of Hope. Like, oh, those are all the House Atreides ships arriving on Arrakis. Oh wow, that's a nice shot. And then you just see the shot of the ships slowly descending onto Arrakis from like a worm's eye view, and like that's a beautiful shot right there. And it's all CGI, but I still say that was a nice shot there, like of just House Atreides coming down to Arrakis. Like the cinematography of this movie is great. Like this movie, visually speaking, is spectacular in my opinion. Like from the cinematography to the designs in general, like the architecture and designs of this movie is a feast of the eyes. Like there's like for example, like all, and it is very too, like, so the Imperial ships and all the technology they have, like when you see the Herald of the Change. Is that the guy who arrives on Caladan to tell Atreides, get on Arrakis?
Yeah, the Herald of the Change, yeah.
The Herald of Change, like when the ship of the Herald of Change and the Bene Gesserits, like they're these like round, very curvature shape, very round, very alien looking, and then when you move to Arrakis, everything there has a very geometric shape, very squared and boxy, very angled, and like everything has a very geometric presence, but at the same time everything has this alien feel to it. You could tell this like far off into the future, to the point like if you saw any of this technology today, people would most likely go, that's alien, that can't possibly be human technology. But no, that's all human technology. And so like visually speaking, like it's this movie's great, and everyone's acting performance was also great. I don't think there was any bad performance I can think of, at least at the top of my head. I thought everyone did a great job with what they were given. That you got I forgot Paul's actor's name.
Timothy Claremont.
Yeah, I thought he did a good job as Paul Atreides. I thought he was great. The whole Atreides family, I thought all their actors did well. Josh Brolin and Jason Momoa are also in this movie, and they don't get much screen time. But what they do have screen time, they're not performances that steal the show, but they're still really great. Though then again, Jason Momoa, he just has this. Jason Momoa just radiates this energy of just like this this cool bro that you could just
This,
have a fun
the
time
Chad
with.
energy.
Like he every time he's on screen, he just radiates this energy of like, yeah, this is a cool bro, like this is like a cool surfer bro that you could just hang out with.
Hello?
And hello?
Oh yeah.
Jason Momoa was such a Chad. You were like fawning over his Chadness that you froze for a second.
Not's computer couldn't handle Jason Momoa's just Chad
No,
energy.
it was your computer.
It
The
was my
internet
computer?
couldn't handle
No,
the internet.
no, actually, so far my connection has been pretty good on my end. So it's not my computer, but like Jason Momoa, he didn't steal the show, but like, you know, again, like he just has a presence every time he's on screen, and every time he talks, and as you know, as Duncan Idaho, he was great. Apparently, though, I learned this from from a conversation earlier this week. Apparently, this was a change from the book and the movie. Paul and Duncan have a much closer relationship going on in the movie than the books.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It was something that
But I understand
so
why. I understand.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I haven't seen the movie, but I have read the books and I love the book.
Mhm.
And yeah, I thought they were that in the book. I thought the author was building that sort of relationship. But then he bites the dust almost unceremoniously.
Yeah, so I guess this is the spoilers. I guess this is the spoiler section. Duncan Idaho does bite the dust, but apparently, if you're a fan of Dune, Duncan Idaho dying is like a common thing. So it's like, oh, okay.
Duncan is first. Duncan. Well, it's like I kind of struggle because this is technically like a 60 plus
Yeah,
franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So it's really
you
hard.
can spoil the book.
You can spoil the book.
So
Wait,
oh, sorry.
Racist Duncan Idaho's like, Kenny. Oh no! They killed Duncan! You bastards!
Oh my god, they killed Duncan! You bastards!
But I understand why they had Duncan have a much more close relationship in the movie, so that way Duncan's death in the movie has a much bigger impact on Paul for his character to grow and stuff. So I understand why they had a closer relationship, so that way his death can have much bigger impact than in the book.
Okay, here I have a question. How did Duncan die?
Okay, so this is complete spoiler talk right here. Here, let me just type this in chat. Complete spoiler talk from this point forward. Okay, I'm putting that in the chat. Okay, so in the movie, and you don't care about spoilers, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so in the movie, Duncan Idaho. So after the Harkonnens and the Emperor's like elite guard. I don't know how.
Yeah, after the Atreides.
After the Atreides get their ass kicked by the Emperor's army and the Harkonnens, Duncan Idaho actually survives. Chelsea says, "Should I leave?" Chelsea, Chelsea.
Just mute it for a couple minutes.
If you care about spoilers, then you could just mute us, because I did put in chat that spoiler talk from this point. So if you are afraid of spoilers, just mute us, and then I'll put it in chat when we're done talking about spoilers. Ray says I'm turning down in the volume type when the spoilers are done. Okay. Oh, you mean turned up? Well, don't you mean turn up the volume? Whatever. All right. So Chelsea, if you care about spoilers and you don't want to hear it, just mute us, and I'll tell you when to unmute. So you know, House Atreides gets their ass kicked. Duncan survives the attack. He actually escapes, and he meets up with Paul and his mother, Lady Jessica, and Duncan is now surviving alongside is her name Kynes?
Whatever.
The Judge of Change. That's her name. Who is also the Emperor's ecologist. So they're surviving with her, and she's also part Fremen. Well, no, she is a Fremen, and so so they're trying to survive. But then the Emperor's elite guard finds them anyways, and I will say the shot of them just silently descending into their hideout, just silently descending. And then these guys are coming, and then you see a bunch of them already on the ground, oh shit, they're fucked. But that's another cool shot. So, and so the Emperor's elite guard finds them, and so Duncan dies being a Chad, trying to hold them off as long as possible for Paul and Lady Jessica to escape.
Well, that's a better death than what happened in the books.
So how do you die in the book? So how do you die in the book?
Okay. He was captured, and then he was sent out in the desert without a still suit, and as he lay dying, a worm came up. Chomp.
Just a dying Duncan somehow is just causing enough rhythms for a sandworm to come up and chomp him?
Yes.
Wow.
That was literally the chapter. When I was reading that, I was like, that's it?
It's like, that's it?
I thought this guy... I thought this guy was gonna be important to our main character because his father died, and so he needs a guide into this unknown world. But nope.
And Gurney's Gurney's nowhere to be seen. So it's like, oh, Duncan, because he's the only character left for Paul to strong male figure for Paul to look up to, and so at least in the movie Jason Momoa goes out like a Chad, but then what you're saying in the book is wow, that's it?
Yeah, it was very stupid.
That
was one of the dumber parts of the book. That was me and the editor.
Frank Herbert, listen, I know your story is considered one of the masterpieces of science fiction and stuff. It's cost a 60+ year-long franchise, but that's how you send off Duncan Idaho?
Yeah, you build him up to be this cool dude that would be the main character's guide into this world and stuff. And
he just goes.
Yeah, like that.
Wow.
Because really, Duncan. It's Duncan's character. Duncan's character was he was supposed to die to show how great the threat of Harkonnen is, because really, Gurney is a lot more of a a male figure role model to Paul.
Who's Gurney again?
Gurney.
He was in the movie. He's played by Josh Brolin.
Gurney is, of course, he is one of House Atreides' sword masters, and he's very much I would describe him more so in the book. In the movie, it's kind of weird, but in the book, he is very much how I would describe him, he is Paul's metaphorical older brother.
Yeah, didn't he die too in the book?
Yes, he did die. He did die. It was close to the end. He did.
Okay,
Believe-
I forgot about his character, honestly, like because I was focused more, because because Paul and his mother were in the desert alone from a lot of the book and with the Freeman.
So I guess I could talk a little more about Paul. So one thing I do. This kind of ties into Paul, but it's mostly also. It's also kind of how this movie handles its exposition and world building. And how I think it's kind of interesting how to do it, and also for just the growth of Paul. So one thing I will say. So let's just start with exposition. So like whenever they deliver exposition in this movie, it's interesting how to do it. So it's usually through Paul learning through like videotapes about, the planet Arrakis and stuff. So like when the movie starts, the order for House Atreides to move to Arrakis has already been given. They just need to hold a official ceremony, but the official order has already been given. So all the exposition is just Paul studying about the planet Arrakis, getting ready for it. And so I thought that was that's a neat way of learning about exposition, doing exposition. You learn about the world alongside Paul, especially considering this is a world foreign to both the audience and Paul himself. So I thought that was a really neat way of handling exposition. And also another thing I like is how the exposition transitions nicely into scenes. So there's this part early on in the movie where Paul's learning about Arrakis through like this videotape. And then the videotape is like lecturers talking about, the spice melange. The spice must flow. So he's learning about the spice, and then as he's learning how the spice is important to the Fremens and the trading guild, it shows little shots of the Fremen, surviving out in the desert, and then when it talks about the trading guild, it skips to the big freighter ship, the big cylinder, just hovering above Caladan. But you don't know it's hovering above Caladan. You just see, this is just the ship that the trading guild uses, and you see you see this little ship fly out of there, and then it seamlessly transitions into the Herald of Change coming down onto the planet of Caladan to officiate the ceremony. So I thought that was a nice seamless transition of exposition, because like initially you're like, that's just the trading, that's just the freighter, but then you realize, that's not just the freighter, that's also the freighter carrying the Herald of Change. So that was, again, like it's like this really neat way of transitioning from exposition to moving on with the plot. And I thought that was a really nice thing they did right there. Like, that's brilliant. And that's usually how they handle exposition for the most part in the beginning of the movie, and then later on, though, it is mostly just people just talking, but they still show enough of the visual for you to understand what's happening besides just them explaining what's going on. And for example, when Paul and Lady Jessica and Duncan are hiding with the Judge of Change, Kynes, they're in this little hideout, and then at the same time, not only is it furthering the plot, but it's also giving a little bit of world building. So she's like, do you recognize this place? Like, no, I don't know what this place is. What's so important about this place? This used to be like a laboratory for where they would, test, how to get plant life growing again on Arrakis and stuff. And so you learn about the world and stuff, along with, furthering the plot. Like, okay, here's the hideout. Here's the hideout, and then you see like, oh, what's with all these plants? Oh, here, let me tell you why there's plants and stuff. And the exposition is never to the point where, they drag on, just constantly telling you what's gonna happen, what's going on and stuff. It's fairly quick. And so that's...
by the way, did you type out that we're not talking spoilers?
Well, I'm gonna get to one last spoiler thing. So, and that really involves Paul. So another interesting about this movie is the movie is framed as mostly Paul's journey of self-growth. I'm assuming that's pretty much the same with the book, but again, I haven't read the book.
Yeah.
So this
it's a very standard hero's journey.
It's sort of it feels the movie felt more like a coming of age story rather than a hero's journey.
Well, that's part. That's like here's the thing, Changus. Hero's journey is very tied to.
It's usually tied together, but it's really just.
What? Did you just say it's usually tied together to get her?
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course together. Why? Everything leads back together, Najano. Of course. Did I stutter?
Paul, believe in Getter. That will do this. Believe in Getter, Paul.
Well, it's better than the other method. Like, oh, just imagine Duncan, Idaho, just going, "Hey, you believe in me, who believes in you?"
Oh my God, no! We're not going through another Gurren Lagann argument. Oh my God, no. but so it's Paul's. So like the movie is framed as Paul's journey of self-growth, and it's about him essentially accepting who he is and his place in this universe. So the movie starts off as him very reluctant to be, his father's successor, and then not only that, then he also learns later on in the movie he's also been raised by his own mother to essentially be the Bene Gesserit's pawn / like Jesus Messiah figure for the Fremens, because the Bene Gesserits are pulling the strings all along or something. I don't know.
Can I say the name, Changus? I love saying the name.
Oh, okay.
The Bene Gesserits have a messiah figure which they refer to as the Kwisatz Haderach.
Mm-hmm.
So
Kwisatz Haderach.
Paul Atreides must die to become for Kwisatz Haderach to rise.
Also, another thing. Also, the way they do they call it the voice, which is it's just them. A certain pitch in their tone of their voice is able to, I guess, essentially sort of brainwash people into doing what they want. So when they give...
Look, it's just the voice equivalent of Lucius's Geass.
I don't know Code Geass. I was so lost in the Code Geass level of Super Robot Wars. Like, what's the code? What's a Geass? What's the whole deal about that?
Okay, Super Robot Wars. There's a little thing called a guide. You just press the button and then you go over to the word. Press it and they'll give you information.
Oh.
And that's yeah.
That if you ever see any orange text in Super Robot Wars, usually that's a great indicator of.
And then usually, if it's very important to the story,
mm-hmm.
they explain the mechanic.
Okay. So so Paul has essentially whatever Code Geass got going on, because I haven't watched it. So, and like, where Paul can like, can somewhat semi-brainwash people to doing what he wants with a certain pitch of his voice. So like, and it's kind of interesting how they do it. It's like just like, it sounds like multiple voices coming out all at once, while also having like this very like really creepy, it has this very unsettling tone to it. So like, it's like, so like, and they immediately start off, and they immediately show off the voice like right in the beginning of the movie. So the movie starts off with like Paul waking up, getting ready for the ceremony, and so he's having breakfast with his mother, Lady Jessica, and she's like, and it's like, oh, thanks for the water. If you want it, order me. And immediately you jump into Paul into practicing his Bene Gesserit skills. Also, you know, when he's, so like when you first hear him order his mother to give him the water, you know, give me the water. But like it's like that tone, but like multiple voices at the same time coming out as well. So I thought that was really cool. And so Paul's raised to be the Kwisatz Haderach as this messiah figure for the Fremens, because the Bene Gesserits are pulling the strings behind the strings.
I want to build steady straight.
What? I want to bury Star Destroyers. I want to put him in the right cover.
Oh my goodness.
You want the titty milk? Yeah, I want the titty milk. Okay. Okay, come here. So the Bene Gesserits are like this. So are the Bene Gesserit like the Illuminati or something like that?
No, they're basically they're the Space Guild. The Space Guild represents the in short, what the Space and the Bene Gesserits meant to represent, they're meant to represent the state and church.
Okay.
But not. I think what I enjoyed a lot about the Bene Gesserits is they're not kind of a criticism of religion as so much as they are a criticism of the idea of religion trying to influence politics. And so the Bene Gesserits, they're a coven of witches. Let's just, that's what they are.
Yeah.
They're basically
people in the movie
witches.
just straight up call them witches.
Yeah, they're space witches.
They're space witches. They're
It deserves to be purged.
I just realized, just real quick, that witch order in the Clone Wars was probably heavily inspired by the Bene Gesserits.
Yes. George Lucas was very much inspired by Dune.
Ah. Well, there you go. I mean, Dune is arguably one of the most influential sci-fi stories out there. So.
Well, the Dathomir and witches have their laws, have their roots in the expanded universe lore. They're around a lot longer than people think.
Well, yeah, but even then, they're most likely.
I don't know much about the expanding universe stuff. But so the Bene Gesserits are like these witches and stuff, and then so Paul. So basically, a long tangent about the Bene Gesserit. So Paul is raised to be the Kwisatz Haderach, as well as the next Duke of the House of Atreides, and these are two roles he is very reluctant to accept. Like he has this conversation with his father at this gravesite, which I'm assuming is supposed to be like the grave of all the Atreides family members that passed away.
Yes.
So, and also I also like how they revealed that. Like it's like like they're at this gravesite, they're talking, and then they talk a little bit about Paul's grandfather, and then eventually Paul's father is like oh, you'll still make me proud even if you don't want to be the next Duke, and that's all that matters. You'll make me proud, and you'll make everyone here proud. And that line, that reveals, oh, so this isn't any normal grave. This is like a special grave for all the family. Oh, that's nice. Again, just certain how the movie reveals certain things, I really enjoy. And so
it really, it lets you piece it together. Like it allows you to figure it out on your own. It's not like telling you.
It doesn't hold your hand, but
that's the phrase I was looking for.
Yeah,
yes, it doesn't hold your hand.
The way to handle exposition and the way to reveal things, they don't hold your hand, but they don't leave things, too cryptic where you can't understand. Like they leave little things here and there for you to piece together fairly easily, and then you go, oh, that's clever. So that's and I just really love this movie. The more I talk about it, I'm most likely gonna rewatch it after this, for like the fourth time, because after I watched it the first time in theaters, I watched it a second time on HBO Max to see if I missed anything, and then I watched it a third time today. Probably gonna watch it a fourth time afterwards, because there's something about this movie.
I need to see it at some point, so
I highly recommend it. So Paul's very reluctant to be these two roles that essentially the world itself is telling him he must be, and the whole thing about the movie is him slowly realizing he has to, well, not really he has to become those things, but rather he simply accepts that he may or can or will become those things. He accepts his status in this world. And that's signified at the end. So Paul throughout the movie is having these very lucid dreams where he can somewhat see the future through his dreams. And later on, around I don't remember if it's a halfway point, but after the event where they saved the spice workers from the worm, when Paul accidentally inhales some of the spice, that's when they reveal afterwards these dreams all lead to the same thing: Paul's death, or the death of or the death of someone close to him. Well, Paul already sees predicts Duncan's death, but then after he inhales the spice, it reveals Paul's now seeing his own death. And so every time he has these dreams, he sees himself dying. But then there was also this one sequence where he inhales the spice and he sees the vision of the future of him leading his holy jihad with the Fremen. And the thing is, Paul, after Paul sees the future of him leading the jihad, and by the way, I call it a jihad because that's literally what it's called. They literally call Paul's war a jihad. That's what they call it.
Because it's a holy war.
Yeah, it's a holy war. Because he's a Kwisatz Haderach. So after he sees the Fremen jihad, he's scared shitless out of it. He's like, now I'm even more reluctant to become the Kwisatz Haderach. If that's what's gonna lead to, fuck that. I don't want that to happen. And so he's very reluctant to become that. And then eventually, when he meets up with the Fremens, there's this one Fremen who. So when he meets up with the Fremens, after a little quarrel, the Fremens are like, "Okay, fine, you can come with us. If you survive, that's good for you. If you don't survive living with us, well, you're lost then." And but there was this one Fremen who's like, "No, you can't let this outsider, be part of us. I refuse." And so I challenge these outsiders to this ritual, right by combat, where basically it's a fight to the death. And then so we're basically the only way for Paul to become part of the Fremen is that he has to take a Fremen's life. And before the fight, Paul is seeing a vision of him losing that fight and dying. And so throughout the fight, it's actually a fairly quick fight, but throughout the fight, Paul actually does gain the upper hand, but he refuses to kill the Fremen. And and so like Fremen like, what's Lady Jessica, is your kid retarded? No, he's never killed a person before. And so eventually Paul does have to take the Fremen's life. And that's the turning point essentially of Paul's character, where he finally realizes if I am to survive in this world, I will accept the fact that I may or will become these things that I initially refused to be. I will become the next head of the House of Atreides. I will become the Kwisatz Haderach if it means surviving in this harsh desert world. And so it's just the movie's this whole thing about Paul self-growth and journey. And I just really like it. So I think we're done with spoiler talk now, but like I want to. There's so much about this movie though that I really enjoyed, and I'm sure if I watch it again, I may pick out things I didn't notice before either. So I just really encourage people to watch this version of Dune, and I did not fall. Oh, and here's another thing. The characters don't have stupid monologues where they're talking, but you can't see their mouths move. So that's a one up from David Lynch.
How about first grade philosophy as well? They don't go to.
I was born in the dark. That would be. Here's a movie about terrorism. I gotta say, it would probably be the best theater-going experience of the year had I not seen the re-release of Transformers the movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I have to wait. I have to wait till the 40th anniversary for it to show up in theaters again.
Yep.
Yes. To show kids in the world who really killed Optimus Prime.
Yes.
No.
This.
Oh, no,
I will say this would have been my favorite movie if they didn't move Hathaway's. Like this movie, this would have been my favorite movie of the year if they didn't move Hathaway's Flash to 2021.
Yeah, that's like a movie that I always come back to occasionally.
We still need to watch Char's Counterattack.
We can watch it after this if you want. I wouldn't mind.
I need to go to bed.
Najao's got to go to bed, and then tomorrow we're gonna go back to torture with Bad Gundam.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We gotta go for cringe.
We gotta power through Seed.
So anyway, speaking of cringe, let's get to my topic.
Yeah, so just overall, real quick just to end it again. I'm repeating myself, but to reiterate, highly recommending watching this version of Dune. Definitely watch it in theaters too if you can. It's also on HBO Max for a limited time, so you can watch it on HBO Max. But I do encourage you to watch this in theaters. It's a fantastic experience. So, anyways, let's move on to something completely unrelated to Dune. Let's talk about anime.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna inform Rise and Chelsea that spoilers are done.
Well, I put it in the chat that we're done with spoiler talk. So.
Just.
All right.
So time for some.
Yeah, I just realized I spent like 30 minutes just talking about Dune.
Yeah. which is good because Dune is like as a work is it's a thick book. It's a thick book, and it has lots of stuff to talk about. So anyway, I decided I was originally gonna do Hellblade because Halloween, but then I didn't really play through the game. Probably because of this game called Super Robot Wars 30.
Yeah.
Like, consume all my time.
Once Super Robot Wars 30 hit, it's like, okay, every game goes on the you go on the shelf temporarily. I gotta play this.
Yeah, you too, V. You're on the shelf too.
Yeah, you too, V. No offense, though. Even though V has heats in it that you don't have to buy via a $30 premium package.
Yeah.
I spent the $30.
I did too. I did too, and I bought the $5 mission pack. So yes, I'll soon be access to the to a mission where Yuta becomes a girl and a beach episode. So
Yuta being disguised as a girl is part of the original show for Jay Decker.
Yeah.
I told you guys that you didn't need to spend money, and you did it anyway. So that is your responsibility.
Yeah, I know. I claim responsibility.
Yeah, we claim responsibility. We could have done it. We could have done it the way you told us, but we're like, we'll just spend the $30.
Yeah, let's just make it easy. Plus, hey, it's actual vocal tracks too.
Yeah,
so.
you get to actually hear.
But anyway, God, so enough of.
But anyways,
enough. We'll never. This is gonna be a common thing. We're just gonna end up evolving into Super Robot Wars 30.
Because Super Robot Wars 30 is like the big thing right now, and it's so far it's a fun game, even though I'm playing it completely wrong apparently. But that's another talk. Okay, so.
Well, you're a newbie.
But yeah, this is my first Super Robot Wars game ever played, so.
Okay, so anyway, so I decided just to do, you know what, I'm just gonna do a grab bag. I'm just gonna talk about anime that I have watched in 2021, specifically stuff that came out in 2021. So this is the first year that I haven't been actually watching stuff as they are coming out, instead of binging it. And so I'm just gonna... Some I have catch up, so I'm just gonna go through some anime. Let's just start with the oldest one, and the one I hinted at the beginning, Heaven's Design D.
That's the one with the koala clip, right?
Yes. So the premise of Heaven's Design Team is essentially during the creation of the world, God decided to create the animals, but then there were so many animals to create that he decided to bring in an IT crew to make the animals. That's the premise of the show. It's them doing, it's basically these angels with that are named after planets making animals, and they have like certain animals come based on their personality. Mars is like a girl who is like the field test one, right? She makes the prototypes and to see if the animals will work. Like you have Saturn, who's like the old guy. He's always obsessed with horses.
Okay.
Like he constantly tries to make a Pegasus work or a unicorn work, even though they never work, because this world runs on actual biology.
Oh.
Yeah, and then you got Mercury, who's like, the guy with the glasses, who's always about making the most efficient thing. And then you got Phoenix, who's like looks like a guy in a drag outfit, who's all about pretty stuff.
So a trap.
Yeah, a trap. The most obvious trap.
God.
And then you got
Pluto. The Lord said, "You shall be a trap."
Yeah, and then you got Pluto. Basically, Pluto's version of cute is the most disgusting thing ever.
And
like,
thus the koala
horrible thing.
And thus the koala was born.
And it's not just that. Like she creates creatures that like cannibalize each other during birth, or a fish that absorbs all the males.
So basically, this show explains. You know how there's certain animals out there that's just really fucked up. Yeah, it's these guys'
or
faults.
weird.
It's their fault.
Yeah.
It's their fault the platypus exists.
Exactly. That's essentially what it is. And some of the situations just came from. Oh yeah. By the way, they were in the middle of making this other animal, and then God said, "I approve of this." Boom. So that's basically how it's designed, team. It's very much like a bunch of vignettes, essentially. Each episode is just a bunch of vignettes of lots of animals being created with some with a through line. Through whether it's a focus on a character, like that character just happens to be involved in every single one, or is it like an idea going through? That's basically the premise. Very fun show. I always with a smile.
All right.
I highly recommend it. So another one. I will do. Get a Robot Arc. We did a massive special on it.
Yeah.
Get a Robot Arc. My favorite anime of the year, has the best theme song of the year.
Yeah.
Highly recommend it. Go watch it.
Yeah.
Go watch it.
Little rough on the animation, but you could tell there's passion behind it.
Another first impressions. SSS Dine and Xenon. I will. For this one, it's a sequel to SSS Gridman, and I really enjoyed what I've watched so far. I stopped mainly because I need to watch SSS Gridman, and now with Super Robot Wars 30, I'm now into the watching the original Tokusatsu of Gridman.
Yeah.
I may be becoming obsessed with Gridman. Oh no.
Did I forget? Did we stop watching Gridman just because we get a Robo?
Yes. Yes.
It's like, oh wow, Gridman's pretty fun. Get a Robo Arc comes out. Okay, on the show.
Yeah. That's pretty much what happened. Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what happened. It's just like Getter. It changed everything with Getter, because Getter, you have to believe in Getter. Not in someone else who believes in you.
Oh come on. All right.
Next anime. So this year, we began the show. One of my first one was Knights of Magic, which ironically came out right before the announcement of Super Robot Wars 30. That showed Knights of Magic as one of its roster members. Like, I remember that. But that has got me into the genre of isekais. So I have been watching some isekais this year. And the first one I watched was How a Realist Hero Rebuilt a Kingdom. So I watched the whole thing, and it's part one. So the premise is just this Japanese student who wants to become a bureaucrat. More specifically on city planning. And he was picking up he's all alone. His grandfather just died. Like, he's just left over his family. No family left. So as he was studying, he was picking up a copy of The Prince. Then he got isekai'd.
He wants to become a bureaucrat, though.
A city planner.
They're not robots, Rick. It's a figure of speech, Morty. They're bureaucrats. I don't respect them.
Yeah. But essentially, he gets transported to Isekai because the kingdom is horribly in debt. People are starving, like this horrible condition, and they have to contribute some money to this empire who is fighting off the Demon Lord's army. And so they ask for some money to support the local fund. So basically, Fantasy NATO, they have to pay their contribution to Fantasy NATO, and they can't pay money, so they decide to you can summon a hero and send the hero to the empire.
Is your fantasy Isekai United Nations?
It's basically an Isekai United Nations.
Now are they now? No, that's a political joke. I'm not gonna make a joke about the United Nations. That's a political joke. But,
We can save the jokes for later. But our hero did not want to be sent to the Empire because he was afraid of being dissected or something worse. So he decides, let me help you out with your finances. And he did such a good job that the king abdicated the throne to him. He abdicated the throne and had his daughter engaged to him too. On top of that,
It's like, you're doing a good job. Oh, cool. It's the Office meme with with Michael Scott just shaking the hands, but with that look like what?
yeah,
It's like you're in charge now. Huh?
Yeah, our main hero. I can't remember his name because isekai protagonists can. But essentially, he's a realist hero. He operates based on this realist thinking. He's a big fan of the prince, and essentially, it's just a show about. It's an isekai story about a guy playing Civilization. So most of these episodes were like, oh, this country had a problem. Here's how he solves it by using a modern technique or use a bit of the world building to solve other problems. He has a program now to show what people can and can't eat and solve the food problems that way. He got of course he got his own harem accidentally.
Of course.
And apparently polygamy exists in this universe. Yeah, but he hasn't done it yet. That's the key thing. He hasn't done it yet. He hasn't because he's been too busy with the country. Yes.
Well, his harem goes, babe, please, we want to do it. Sorry, too much work.
Well, actually, it's not even that overt yet, but everyone knows. It's like, yeah, he's getting us. Yeah, yeah, we want to be with him, and it's like, yeah, pretty much. It's just got into that trope yet, and it was a good season, but it's like isekai. So a lot of the problems in terms of story of isekais. If you're expecting like a high tension show, it's an isekai.
Doesn't have stakes.
It doesn't act like it has any stakes, even though it explains that. Oh yeah, here are some of the consequences, and there was this rising tension throughout this part of the first season, and that got resolved in a cool way. So, and there was some cool moments. So I recommend it. It's a thumbs up.
Okay.
On it, and then let's see. What's my next one? I'm gonna do. Well, let's just continue the isekai train with the world's finest assassin gets reincarnated into an aristocrat. Alright, so here's some backstory. So this year, it got release of an anime that had made waves of known as Redo of Healer.
Oh, yes. I will leave. Oh my god. Don't watch it.
Have any of you watched Redo of Healer?
I stopped after episode 2 when Healer got pegged.
I've heard of it. I've heard where it goes.
Yeah, let's just say pegging is the least of the worries of the show.
I heard a lot of bad things when the show was announced. Unknown Otaku made a video about it when it got announced, and that's basically as far as I've gone.
It's just revenge.
By the way, you want to know? Yeah, you want to know why the creator made that?
Didn't he say something like?
Revenge stories weren't hardcore enough.
Yeah, revenge stories weren't hardcore enough. Like, okay, well, I guess you succeeded.
And you want to know why he added? He said he was careful not to make it too over the top.
Careful not to make it too over the top.
But he also said that he added the sexual elements. Because people would accept those sexual elements a lot more when it's tied to revenge stories.
This sounds like a lot of projection.
Yeah. Anyway, so this same author actually wrote this isekai.
So I think sorry. I think that Michael Jordan meme is applicable to the author.
Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
anyways,
so apparently he made another isekai.
well, yeah, he wrote a whole bunch of stuff. So.
Oh. Okay.
He actually started with an elf story. I couldn't read the actual title; it was in Japanese, or like,
Okay.
whatever. But anyway, so he made this one, and this one is not. It's still with a dark subject, but it's not Redo of Healer. So the premise in this one, well, other than the title, like that's the premise, but more details on the premise. So our main character, I can't remember his previous life, but his life now is Lou Delane, or something like that. Okay. But essentially, he was reincarnated by a goddess who got revealed in episode 4 now that she's been doing this for a while. She's been taking people who are very highly skilled, and isekai them into other worlds with one objective. Kill the hero after he kills the demon lord.
Huh.
Because what happens is that hero will end up destroying the world years later.
Oh, okay.
So basically, that was the conditions that our main character, who served faithfully with his crime organization, who backstabbed him and killed him on a plane.
Backstab.
They destroyed an entire plane with passengers and even a rookie assassin.
Oh, lovely.
With him. That was their great severance package. But so essentially, right now, the early episodes have focused on him training and gathering his own harem of women, because of course it is, because it's an isekai, you have to have your harem. But
give me your harem.
But this time, the harem is more built on them having abilities that he needs to take out the hero. So it's interesting to see how he trains himself early on, because he's still a kid. He has to kill him when he's 18 years old. Like, that's like the limit. So we're still on what I would say Act 1, where it's still him in his childhood. And we haven't gotten him to doing the normal assassin-y stuff yet. Though it did begin with him doing an assassination mission in the fantasy world, and they did a flashback. So it's
so basically John Wick gets isekai'd.
Yeah, except with no dog for him to go flying off the handle.
Oh.
Like, he's more like a traditional assassin type character.
Okay.
It's interesting to see how he thinks and how he breaks the magic system.
Huh.
Like, he managed to make a magic system so that he can make guns out of thin air.
Huh.
Including an artillery at one point.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And then the next episode shows him, like, essentially doing classic brainwashing a girl. Not with magic, but old-fashioned brainwashing a girl who was abandoned by her family because they were poor.
Why'd he... Wait, and he brainwashed her?
He went over to explain the techniques that he used to basically make her loyal to him. Like
Huh.
it's more of like she can't think, not like using magic or special technology. It's just like
Mm-hmm.
using her psychology against her.
Huh.
A manipulation.
Okay. So,
Like they use the word brainwashing, but it's like that style of like manipulating.
but still,
Yep,
so our quote-unquote hero has questionable morality.
Well, he is an assassin, and one of the themes is like him learning a bit about emotions. It hasn't gone to a head yet,
Mhm.
but because we're still in training phase. So it's good, like isekai, like enjoyable. Another final isekai that I've been watching.
It's a lot
It's
of
the most.
isekais.
Yeah, 3 this year. Well, this final one is the most crazy one.
Okay.
The Fruit of Evolution.
Oh yes. Sorry. You told me a bit about that one.
Yeah. Essentially, it's the main character. It was this fat loser. Who got isekai along with his class, but apparently, in order to get to the safe location of the capital to be trained with all the other heroes, you had to be with other people, and nobody wanted to be with him. So he got teleported in the middle of nowhere in a high-level area where even little monkeys can beat the crap out of him. So he ended up being in the perfect spot too, and then he ends up eating these item called the Fruits of Evolution, where if you eat 9 of them, you basically achieve peak status of your species, and if you eat 10, you're dead. You die.
Eat the fruit and you'll become the Kwisatz Haderach.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And also, it affects your leveling up. And this world operates on video game logic, and every time he levels up, his body literally, he goes through pain to get his fit body. Like the bones breaking and like yeah, like it's treated as comedy, but it is a dark.
Oh, so it's like what was that one stand in JoJo called in part 4, the chef, where his stand is like he can make food and it'll heal you up, but you go through incredible amounts of pain.
Yes.
What was that not?
Pearl Jam.
Pearl Jam. You're a little muffled, Nod.
Hello.
A little better now.
Alright.
Yeah. Okay. And so our main character gets a buff body, and and he gets max stats, of course, because he spends months alone in the woods, constantly fighting and stuff. That he got the attention of a female gorilla, who's all red in her fur. And then episode 2 was a romance with that gorilla that ends with him taking out a demon lord, and the gorilla dying because she ate a bunch of fruit, and that's how she learned magic and talking and stuff. But then she evolved into a hot redhead. So so I challenge anyone. I challenge Hollywood to make that character into a black chick. I dare you.
Oh, okay.
I dare you to be that stupid.
Well.
But anyway, and it's just them going through like a typical isekai adventure. It's just like through the most bizarre. It's like this weird bizarre. It's not good, but it's so fascinating of how bizarre it gets. It's like, what I mean by not good, I said it's not above the standard isekai stuff. It's like the isekai tropes are there, but even more apparent. But it's so bizarre at the same time with terms of the situation. in the way it's being handled. So I'm not sure I really recommend it.
Well, so you described it as it's kind of, you said the way you described it came off to me that it's like it's a stupid show, but it's a fun show.
Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, it's like it's the most stupid show. Yeah,
but you can have a fun time with it.
Yeah, it's not like going through a couple mechas that I know of that I am not gonna list. I feel actual pain watching watching it because of how stupid they both are in different ways. But
SGD, pull out the meme.
both of them. Anyway, so that's it. That's like just my brief review of it. It's fun. It's stupid. It's fun. It can be fun. Next is the one that I'm most iffy on.
Okay.
Mud Love Alternative. So Mud Love Alternative is based on a visual novel series. That started out, the first game was like a typical visual novel high school game.
And then what happened?
And then a spin-off happened where that main character ends up in a parallel world where it's a high school game, but the world gets overrun by these things called betas, which are basically bug people, bug aliens, and humanity is nearly wiped out.
Okay.
And then in that spin-off game, it ends with humanity enacting Alternative 5, which basically means all the best of the best gets sent up to space. Everyone else will screw you. So basically they form Second Earth.
Okay.
But then the character dies, and that begins this story. And then the first episode has nothing to do with our main character whatsoever. The first episode of the show is about this random chick who's exclusive to the manga version of this story.
Okay.
And
saw the screenshot I posted.
Yeah. Where basically it plays like there's like Mud Love had another anime called like Mud Love Alternative Total Eclipse, and it begins with like you follow a female character as she gets into her squad, and then episode 2, everyone except her died.
Okay.
Doing something, and then the story continues through a guy's perspective, but now that female character is part of the main cast, so that's part of the arc. Nope, none of that happens.
None of that.
She has not shown up. Yeah, she doesn't show up. None of the characters, I don't think actually none of the characters of that first episode that survived has shown up yet. If they did, they haven't revealed it.
Huh. Okay.
So it's really just there just to set, I'm assuming just to set up tone. Unless they're going to reveal later, it's like, oh yeah, this character is actually, you actually seen her, she is from first episode, or... it's not that clear. The anime did not make that clear part, because it just follows our main character. He wakes up, and it's 2 months before Alternative 5, so he decided to make Alternative 4 succeed. And thus, it's about him convincing the chick who is in charge of the project that he knows stuff from the future, and also he has his body has the memories of his previous time, and so it's all about him. He's just trying to change the future, trying to progress certain things. It's have you ever got the feeling that you're watching the third movie of a trilogy? and like that's my experience. It feels like I have none of the character development from the previous series, and it doesn't really focus on the development of characters. Like the plot is just progressing normally, and it's trying to explore the themes of destiny and stuff. I don't know.
So what you're
I don't
saying
know.
is watch Get a Robo Arc instead.
Yeah, Get a Robo Arc is like fantastic good. And along with 2 other animes, I recommend better than Mud Love Alternative. Like it's not bad, but it's not fantastic. Either. And then the next one is Sunrise's newest one that I can't get the name right. Like the English is like MAME.
It's Am I Warrior at the Borderline. That's or it's called Kyokai Senki.
Yeah. So Kyokai Senki, the story follows our I can't remember the protagonist's names again. Damn, forgetting. I saw the episodes today.
I will say one thing. So far, the characters' names not too. I don't really remember too much about.
Well, I remember his character design because it's a little bit stupid.
Amo Shiba. Amo Shiba.
Yeah, so Amo Shiba is so to set up the premise. So the premise takes place in the future of Japan. In Japan, essentially it's what if Japan has not changed yet? Like what Japan could be if they continue what they are, where low population.
So basically, all the current problems plaguing Japan, if they don't get their shit together.
Yeah, pretty much. What results in it is that other nations built empires and carved up territories in Japan, and they now do proxy wars with drones in there, and the Japanese people are treated as third class, like second class citizen. Yeah. And our main character is an orphan from all these wars, and he has a hobby where he goes to sites of where this major war happened to find parts, because he discovered in a base in a mountain a robot, one of the drones,
an amime.
Yeah, an amime, or it's called like a male, actually.
A male?
It's called a melee. It's like Naile.
There's an M at it. Japanese is confusing.
Yeah, it's. But essentially, he finds this amime, and he repair it just as a hobby. And one day after he was doing his normal repairs, he discovered a little tube thing that contains an AI, an artificial AI, and he put that AI into the amime, and then he also was branded as a terrorist because the region he was living in, there was this group of mercenaries who wanted to find terrorists before retirement.
Shit, we're really gonna go out without arresting terrorists? Hey, you two! Yeah, you're terrorists now. Aww.
No, well, it's more of like, you had something suspicious, completely suspicious. Well, they were right, but then again, they were right. The main character had a death robot, but he wasn't really gonna do anything with it. And then they had to push. So now our hero became a terrorist, and essentially, right now this anime is just focusing on almost like each day. Like, so it's not like weeks has passed by. So you like episode 2 is like him like meeting this old couple like almost immediately after, and then like he gets hooked up to the resistance, and then they ask him to join them, and then we discover at the end of episode 3.
Don't spoil episode 4 for me.
Okay.
I mean, I watched episode 3, but don't talk about it. Well, okay, you could talk vaguely about episode 4.
Episode 4 ends on a trope that at first it's like, I understand why you did it, but then another thing, that is actually kind of stupid of you. But
okay.
Just I'll end it there. But it's a good show. It's good. It hasn't reached great yet. It does have potential, though.
It does have potential.
I do like. It shows promise.
I think one thing that wise, the character doesn't really. The main character, at least Amo, he doesn't really stick out too much for me. That's probably why I forgot his name.
Episode 4 does a little bit more exploration on some of his motivation.
Okay. Because usually I'll remember characters' names if they stick out. Like that's like okay, so like just straight up once again at flexing my bias for Get a Robo. One of the reasons why those pilots are so memorable is because they stand out so much. They're all these batshit crazy guys. Then Amo,
yeah,
he's so far he's nice.
He's just he's just a kid.
He's
just
nice.
A kid.
That's about it.
That's it. Like right now, my first impression is like, okay. And then finally, actually, the show that I'm actually most happy watching is a show called Sakugan. So Sakugan, the main premise is that humanity is underground. For some reason, humanity is just stuck underground, and there's these people called makers. They drive these drill mechs with drills to make networks to all of the colonies to make trades. And it's about this father and daughter, and the father is like a retired maker to get back into the game because his daughter is an uber genius. Like, she graduated college when she was 9. Like, she's 9 right now, and she's already graduated. Like, so she's super smart. But the problem is like, yeah, she's super smart, but she's also super cocky, and gets herself into way more trouble.
Because she's a stupid kid.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Doesn't matter how smart you are, you're still a stupid kid.
Yeah, her wisdom, she has the wisdom of a kid, but she has the brain of a genius. But anyway, she was with her childhood friend who became a maker. Were in pursuit of like this special image about this location map to the surface, which they did, and then a kaiju attacked, and our the girl's best friend in the first episode almost unceremoniously bites the dust along with her dad, who was also friends with
and
the dad
this is starting
character.
to sound similar to Gurren Lagann.
Almost. It all happened in the first episode. And then motivated our dad to just goes, no, okay, you're gonna go. It goes differently. Like, she doesn't get depressed. Like, she even talks about, am I insane just saying, like, I'm feeling all this emotion, like I should be not wanting to go, but I still want to go. And the dad is like, I have to let you go, but I can't just yet, so I'm going with you. So they take their custom robot that he was been fixing up, and them going through the underground to get to the surface, using the special map with a rock that you shine a light to show a map. It's just fun.
Sounds wholesome.
yeah, it's wholesome fun. Like the latest episode introduced a new female character who's pretty much the criminal woman. So you could probably guess her archetype, like Faye and stuff. So the dad got in trouble, and then introduced this nice snazzy bureaucrat who's actually very nice.
A nice
So he's-
bureaucrat?
Yeah, he was so genuine. It was like, yes, I'm part of this Bureau of Regulations, and like, like your son. Like, he does it all with a smile. It's like, unfortunately, yeah, you have to. Because of this wacky adventure you've gone on, we have to increase your punishment. Like, we're still in discussion. But it's just fun, and like the interaction between the father and daughter is great. Like, their dynamic is what sells the show.
This sounds
Like,
very...
they're always yelling at each other, but they love each other. It's so fun.
It sounds very wholesome.
Yeah, it's very wholesome.
What's it called?
And then finally, it's called Sakugan. Sakugan.
Sakugan?
Yes.
Okay, I'm putting that on the list. To
Yes,
watch. This
and
sounds fun.
it's slated to be 12 episodes.
12 episodes? How many episodes
Yeah,
are out now?
4.
4?
So we're basically done at the first act,
Okay.
I would say.
I'm looking this up right now.
And now the final one. SGD, you should probably unmute your mic because we're talking Digimon.
I suspected this.
Yes, the final one is Digimon Ghost Game.
SGD, I should have known better.
Yes. So, basic premise in this one. This is a good one to jump into the world of digital monsters. Is essentially Digimon acts like yokais, and it's about our main character whose dad got sent to the digital world while doing wacky experiments and left behind a Digimon for his son to take care of, like a little brother. And they, in order to find his dad, they just go on adventures fighting other Digimon. Who are all jerks, who are always good, who are always planning to do something very mean. And it could range from the first one, which is Clock Bond, where if you don't tell him what time it is exactly at all, he steals the rest of your time. So the show literally begins with a little girl growing old in full screen and being sent to the hospital. and then the main character's friend got the same treatment.
Oh.
Yes, for kids, people. By the way, this is for kids.
Dark stuff for the kids.
Yeah, the second episode features a Mummymon, and he thought he was gonna be a doctor. So he decided, because he was absorbing information about ancient Egypt because he's a mummy, that he would mummify people, but just putting them all in like the mummy outfits and just have them hanging out there, and soon they will embrace the darkness, saying, "Yeah, eternal life." And then the final one I watched, the new one just came out, so I need to watch that. It introduced so throughout this, you had a couple other characters. 2 of them are going to be part of the main cast. One of them is our main character is standard kid who doesn't know what's going on, but he's driven to find about his dad, and he's willing to fight, protect people and stuff. But then you got his basically class rep, like the one who's in charge of the building, and he's paranoid about stuff. He is super suspicious. That's a joke. And then the female lead is this Twitter online personality who looks for all these mysterious happenings. Well, she got treated by Drakumon, and whose main thing is that you will get sent an image of you, and you get a weird scribbles on a part of your body.
Okay.
And what happens if you do anything with it, or if it just shows that part of the body will go crazy into doing something horrible, range from it's gonna be broken leg, your hair grows infinitely, or in case of our female leads, her hands start disappearing so she can't play the piano.
No!
Oh, no!
Why would you do that? She loved playing the piano.
You bastard! You jerk! She loved playing the piano!
She just wanted to play the piano.
Yeah, but,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's just a fun show. It's so much fun. Like, this is the one so far that I also recommend.
Alright.
Recommend. Yeah, and,
It's a good show to start with because you're learning alongside the main characters compared to a few other seasons where it's just things exist.
So if I want to get into Digimon, this is a good show.
yeah.
Yes, I watched the latest episode while we were streaming, and it does have a little bit of the expanded lore, which is good.
Nice.
Otherwise, you'd have to go looking for that stuff. It's
Yeah.
a throwaway line, but it's an integral in the lore.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will also say that it has a great opening track. For like this year's, my favorite opening tracks are from top is of course Bloodlines by a bit of Robo Arc. I would say like 2 is I'm not sure what would be my 2, so right now I would probably say Darkseek's Light from World's Greatest Assassin. It's reincarnated.
It's Digimon Ghost Game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And Darkseek's Light is what you expect done well of an assassin fantasy story. And then Factions from Digimon Ghost Game is also great. But not as great as Sagogan's opening. That opening tells you the tone of the fits that show perfectly. Like what you expect, like this loud, bombastic, fun. But yeah, that's it for my anime first impressions. So mostly positive, with a lot of like half of it is kind of middling.
Yeah, the Digimon Ghost Game OP is Faction Life. Spelled faction, but it's fact and fiction.
Okay.
By the Wieners.
Alright.
I don't.
Okay, so that's the anime of 2021 that you watched.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, of course, I may probably come back to it for like the anime that have been completed.
Well, I know.
Just to get.
Well, I already know 2 anime now that I'm gonna check out: Sakugan and Digimon Ghost Game, because I do want to try getting into Digimon so I can finally understand what the SGD's talking about most of the time.
Yeah.
We'll fall into the rabbit hole.
Honestly,
I fall into so many
like,
rabbit holes. One more is nothing.
Yeah, if you just want an anime, those 2 are the best in my opinion. But Assassin Reincarnated as an aristocrat has a great opening and that you should listen to, and Also, it's a funny. It is fun.
Okay.
I think like Fruits of Evolution is best with a group of friends, just so that everyone can just react to the absurdity it can get.
All right. Okay.
And then Model F Alternative, it's like I hope it gets better.
You hope it gets better.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it is. I am considering dropping. Like.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate.
Like here's the thing. It's like it does. Like you have all these like female characters, right? And little development because we're just going straight to like plot point. Like there's even a part where one episode begins with a beach episode. Where everyone's in.
Nice.
Where everyone's in like their outfit, but they don't even spend much time in that.
Nice.
They're like, so it's like I don't really care for leads, like the waifus, other than like, even though they're going on.
Is it wrong for me to I always thought of the idea of just having the beach episode of an anime be the darkest one of the show?
Well, ever since Micah jokes about the eclipse of Berserk, so.
Well, that's Berserk though. But I'm just imagine you're having like a show and then it's the beach episode. It dies with like a main character's death. Like, wow, that took a dark turn.
I saw a clip years ago of an anime, so I don't remember it, but it was on a beach. A guy got run over by a speedboat.
Oh!
Wow. That's ooh, that's gotta. Yeah, I don't know. That's gotta suck.
Hey, what was the chat saying during my long ramble?
So basically, the clip you watched was just the opening to Sleepaway Camp. Okay, no one got the reference.
Strangus.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I got the reference.
But no one laughed. Please clap.
Please clap.
Okay.
Please laugh.
Hey, Jeb Bush.
That was the most insincere laugh I've heard from your comment.
It's almost 1 a.m. Cut me some slack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
your topic's up next, and then. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to bed because one, I am tired and I'm working tomorrow, and two, I already expressed my opinion about Comet's topic.
No, you're not going anywhere, Najado.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just summarize this quickly. Metroid Prime sucks. That's.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fucking mic was muted.
Were you talking this whole time?
The fucking mic was muted. That's such a
Such a
funny
funny
thing.
story,
Someone
but no
laughed.
laugh.
Made me feel bad.
All right.
So wait, were you talking this whole time?
No, but like when he said, it's the opening to Sleepaway Camp, I laughed. And then it was real. Oh fuck! My fucking mic was muted.
It's like I expected you, Nick, to at least chuckle, but no.
I did.
It's like
Yeah. All right.
all right. Let's see. So Dirty Dan joined the chat a bit earlier. He said, "Happy holidays, my dudes." It's only 10 o'clock where I am, Dirty Dan.
It's Halloween here, and my horror is.
Happy Halloween, Ninjato. Our horror is we get to watch Gundam Seed tomorrow.
Yeah. That's gonna be more entertaining. And It's more entertaining than playing through Metroid Prime
Oh
early
my
game.
God. Okay, we'll get to Metro. Well,
Have a good night, guys.
Jado, have
Alright.
a good night. You can continue
Night.
getting wrong.
good night, Anjano.
And Jado.
And it's gone. Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
So let's get started. Now let's get started on the great game that's Metroid. I'm sorry.
No. We might as well just jump into Metroid Prime now since we're talking about it. So, tell us about Metroid Prime, Comet.
Okay, Metroid Prime is a first-person action. Sorry. I only got caught in my throat.
Okay.
Metroid Prime is a first-person action game developed by Retro Studios and published by Nintendo.
And it's Halloween where I am.
Oh, before I continue, happy Halloween, everybody.
It's still 10 o'clock where I am.
Give it time.
So it's like,
Yes.
so it's every time someone's like, it's Halloween or it's Christmas. I mean it as a joke. It's like I just think of the Christian Bales just ranting on saying, "Oh, good for you." And how was it?
Okay. Okay. Now, Metroid Prime was released for the Xbox, the GameCube
Mm-hmm.
in November 17th, 2002. I believe either a day or day after Metroid Fusion was released. And it was re-released for the Metroid Prime trilogy for the Wii.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in short, at the preface, I played the Metroid Prime trilogy through. Well, let's just say to find a used copy is very, very
difficult.
I want to say difficult. More finding a cheap copy is very. Well, let's just say is not the finances don't support it. So I gotta get it through Yo Ho Ho and a Jolly Up Rub.
What about eBay?
Do you really want to know?
Do they ever reach quadruple digits?
Okay, a mint condition, a used condition is 2 digits.
Uh-huh.
2 digits before you get that cent dollar.
What's the biggest price for mint?
Okay. Before the dot is okay.
Wait, what were you gonna say?
4.
I think mint is like
4 numbers before
yeah.
4 numbers before the dot. Yeah, we've been but like it's a very popular game that nobody wants to give up on. About an arm and a leg. Well, the trilogy is a very popular Metroid Prime trilogy. But
sorry, I just saw the meme SGD posted in the background. Oh, Dirty Dan, if you're still here, I got something to show you. This is why we keep SGD around.
This is why he has a special rank.
Yes. Here we go. Dirty Dan. Here you go, Dirty Dan. This is why we keep the Aussie around.
No. Yeah, but like the game. Now, Metroid Prime. Essentially, I'm gonna get a little bit about the development because Metroid Prime had. You see, Metroid Prime came out in an era when all these companies are trying to, we got this 3D thing going on. Let's try to transition this 2D thing into 3D with less than good results. So when Metroid Prime was announced 3D and they showed like some demos, people were not too enthusiastic about it. And it was being made by the startup Kuda Studio, which at the time only had 35 staff members. And they pretty much had to make their own engine and everything. Essentially, it was an uphill battle having against it, but they But despite it all, they put their you can tell by the game they put their hearts and souls into it and were very diligent to make sure it was Metroid essentially. Now, the thing about this now, into the game, it's set between Metroid 1 and Metroid 2. Samus just got this stress beacon, this space pilot stress beacon went to investigate and found this space station over the planet Talon 5.
Alright.
Now, essentially, she goes to the space station, Now, the thing about this game is, it's first person and it got a lock-on system. And, in the Metroid Trilogy, also a fun fact about this, the Metroid Prime Trilogy version, Metroid Prime 1 was a crunch job. They were running on crunch time. But with the trilogy, they were able to fix all the bugs that they couldn't fix in the original release. So it runs. They were able to tweak it and found to it a little bit more. So the controls, and it works very, very well with Wii controls. I believe that. But now Samus entered this station and started investigating. Starts investigating the space station. Then after she investigates, kill a bunch of injured pirates, injure some turrets, kill some parasites, fought the parasite mutated. Now on the space station, the space pirates were experimenting with this thing called Phazon to make this hypermugenic and higher and radioactive source. And trying, experiment on parasites to end up make a bit, mutate into these huge monsters. And then that level, let's call it a tutorial level. You have to find the parasite queen. In the reactor, the parasite queen fell in the reactor. Mutated parasite queen fell in the reactor. Started a chain reaction, starting a countdown. Which happens quite often with Samus. Something always blows up, which causes them pretty much had to get out, and that's how she loses her upgrade. She got blasted against the wall of the elevator and lost all her upgrades, her borrow suit, her charge beam, etc., etc. And after encountering with Ridley, and seeing Ridley escapes to the planet, she followed him down the planet, and from there she gained back upgrade and start investigating more, seeing what's happened. Now, when Metroid Prime one of the things about Metroid Prime is, gameplay wise, first person, which works very well. It's very open. It's like they translated a Metroid game into 3D. It's platforming. You explore, you got this isolated feeling, and you can explore this place, explore these ruins, these caverns, and such, and later on you encounter space pirates. Now, what makes this game very interesting?
Space pirates.
Is the scans. Yes, the enemies in the Metroid universe. One of the enemies in the Metroid universe is called space pirates. This faction that just lord and conquer and pillage, and and they come in many shapes and sizes because they kind of genetically engineer themselves to better adapt to whatever planet they're on. And translation is still an in-universe explanation why they look so different each game. But now, what made this game interesting, I really like that give that feeling of you actually investigating. For example, it's the scans. You got this visor. You got these visors. One is the scan visor, which you scan animals, plants, and stuff to gain information, and scan computers and logs and text, which give little details about the world, or you can read later, or you can read right now on the spot. For example, in the Chaozu ruins. Now the Chaozu are this ancient race that raised Samus, that adopted Samus and raised Samus, and were hyper advanced, enlightened, etc., etc. But they're all gone for the most part.
Alright. You good,
But
Nick?
Yeah.
You good?
Alright.
Oh, yeah. Now, when you go. Now, one thing about and like for example, now back on the scan visor, in the Charles of Ruins, when you scan, there's like these texts. You know, they glow. When you scan these texts, you get this little log of like this tale of the tribes that live on this planet, which are essentially the Amish. You know, they first strong technology, except for the bare basics they need, and try to be one with nature, and essentially gain the ability of future sight.
Okay.
And now this is going to be a little spoilery, just to be warned, but one of the things they foresaw was the arrival of Phazon on their planet, which poisoned and killed everything, and those that survived mutate into horrible creatures. And they couldn't really do it. They tried their best to fight it off, you know, keep the corruption at bay, and keep the worm in the middle, like what they call the worm. Now this will be explained in future installments, but at bay. But all they can do was seal it. And the locks are these 12 artifacts that you gotta find world to open it up. That's the overall plot. But now on the scan visor. Now that's why one I really like is scan visor. Every time you scan something, it goes in the wall book, and you learn more and more about the world. And you learn little bits about like how the space pirates operate, what they've been doing, and it feels like you're actually investigating. You know, you go into the logs, you reading these like ancient texts in the Charzo ruins, which tells how they, tell the tale of how they fought and how like everything's being poisoned. How they leave all the upgrades behind because they saw a vision of Samus coming. Even though they don't know it's Samus, but they saw a vision of this woman coming to the planet to defeat the worm. So they left all these upgrades in hopes that one day that this worm or this poison will be defeated. And Telefire. Yeah. And like I said. And then you got the creature down there, this Chosen lore, then the space pirate logs, then there's like the standard creature text, like telling you bits and pieces about the creatures, like I don't know how to pronounce it, I just call it Shigaroffs. How they're like these texts tell you their weaknesses and such, or give you and some extra tidbits like we actually like an encyclopedia log and tell you like, oh, they have like the Shigaroff, baby Shigaroffs have shells are vulnerable. So have a shell, their weak points are back, but it's covered by a shell, break the shell and they're vulnerable. Stuff like that. So you gotta, tap from the back instead of from the front.
Alright.
Now, Now, for combat is very fluid in this game, standard lock on. Now, in standard Metroid games, all the beams still combine to one beam. But they're like separate beams that you got switch around. Like there's like your slow ice beam, but it can freeze people on the spot. Your kind of fast wave beam, which tracks people. Which when you fire it, it homes in on your target.
Okay.
And then the weak but very very rapid fire power beam, which is standard beam, and then there's the most powerful beam, the plasma beam, which just incinerates everything. Which just like if you charge it up, it usually kill an enemy in one shot and leave nobody behind.
Yeah.
And then you have your different visors. There's your standard combat visor, your dermal visor, which is like infrared, your X-ray visor. And you scan visor for when you scan, certain things for information. And another about the scan visor is that there's symbols to let you know what's scannable, and they're color coded. Red means like this is your usually like orangish red is like your log, like that will actually be stored. While any other color like a yellowish green is kind of like you learn some interesting tidbits, but it's not really important. Maybe.
Okay.
But back.
So gives you hints.
And then give you hints or just give you like background lore.
Okay.
Give you hints and background lore and stuff like that. And give like it reads like a report, like, if phase down infusion so and so shows 50% muscle growth and asset production increased by 30%. But now then there's the X-ray visor. Now, fun fact about the X-ray visor: if you look at, you can see through the cannon. Now, the thing about the symbols for each beam is that it looks like a hand doing different gestures. Now, if you look at the X-ray visor and look at Samus' hand, every time you switch a beam, her hand changes into that gesture. Like the power beam. Like, let's just say the wave beam is like an open hand. So when you change to the wave beam, her hand is open inside her cannon. While with the power beam, I think it will either the power beam. I'm trying to remember. I think it's the power. It's the ice beam. Two of her fingers are folded back, and then if you change an ice beam, if you look in the hand cannon through the X-ray visor, you see that two of her fingers are folded, like her index finger and the finger before the pinky finger, is folded back. Essentially give a good clue of how she changed beams. Just simply change her hand gesture, her hand.
Okay.
Sign.
I don't know.
Now, like I said, it's like hitting. It's a fun game. It's like it gives you that sense of like you truly exploring the world, getting these clues, this information, searching for these artifacts, and investigating what's happening. And now,
all right.
And the soundtrack is fantastic. I gotta say, my favorite one gotta be Pandera Drift, and my three favorites gotta be the first one from Pandera Drift when you first enter the area, and the Hive NECA Hive drone boss music, and the Hall of Elders, and the Childs of Ruins. Now there's one more thing I'm about to mention about. Now, another thing about this game, like I said, it's like if they translate a Metroid game in 3D. It works really well, and like the environment and storytelling is it's what you expect essentially. It's these because while you can look at it and guess what happened, you want details, you gotta read these texts, decipher these texts, and just read the logs, and which fits really well with which again fits really well with what Sam is trying to do, investigate what the heck is happening down here. And and of course she'll read the Chaozu lore because she was raised by the Chaozu. Because of course she'll see what happened to these, read the text to see what happened to these people. But this game is fantastic. Like again, this game is fantastic. The retro stories did a really good job with this game. If I were to give it any criticism, which is not really critique,
okay,
I will say that there's certain. The only critique I would give is I think there's certain I forgot what the boss is called.
The boss?
But I think the boss is in this game.
Well, I would assume so. What boss are you thinking of?
I believe it probably may have played on the computer, but I think it's a little bit difficult to beat the Omega Pike. I gotta switch between visors all the time.
Okay.
But besides that, there's not much criticism. It's a good game. Get it if you can. Like, get the Metroid Prime trilogy if you can. If you find it for like $50 at GameStop or something, get it, because you're not going to see it for that price ever again.
Okay.
Because, like I said, yeah.
I do have to ask though. So you say you don't really have any criticisms of the game. Is there anything you could think of though that would make people like Najaro disagree? Like, is there anything you could think of that would suggest why people would not enjoy the game?
Well, honestly, I can't. Well, I guess maybe it depends if you don't like first-person shoot. Like, it's not a first-person shooter, but you don't like that first-person perspective, and plus, it's open worldish.
Okay.
Kind of. Well, it does have like a progression track. You still can like explore and define these items once you get, you know. Well, there are areas cut off to you until you get this certain upgrade. Once you get an upgrade, you pretty much can just explore and just try to find all these items. But I don't know why would make people dislike it, though. I guess maybe the scan. Maybe if people don't like the scanning and just want to play the game, just want to go jump shoot, and not scan and just read the lore, but read up the scan lore. But even then, you just scan it and it just stores it. It stores in your log, and you just press it, and you just read it later, or press the start menu and read it.
Okay.
But in my opinion, they implement it really well because it makes sense why you get these tests, because you're scanning these like the Childs of Lore, just so like the Childs of Less Will and Testament, or their history, explaining what happened, and hope someone find it and stop this thing. Well, the pirates are literally, they're a military faction. They're militaristic, very organized, disciplined. Of course, they'll keep these detailed logs explaining what's been going on.
If there's one criticism I think I would have with Prime, I think it's more so relegated to the first game.
Okay.
Than anything is the levels feel too vast.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, because there's this idea of it's like, oh, we can have some open-ended levels and it would be so great, but it's like there are certain points in the game where it just feels like traversing. It just feels like traversing takes a lot time than it should.
Is there a lot of backtracking in the game where you have to go back?
Well, honestly, there's a lot of backtracking in Metroid games in general.
But
backtracking with levels that have apparently maybe too fast, I could kind of see that getting a little irritating.
Like with Metroid, with the other Metroid games, it's it relies a lot on tight level design. So it's like, even with a lot of the backtracking, you understand where you're going. You understand what route you need to take and all that stuff. And with something like Metroid Prime that wanted it to be a bit more dynamic with its levels, it's an interesting idea. I think it did pull it off, but I do sense the idea there. Like, I do sense the idea there that you were biting off too much. They were biting off more than they could chew. And a lot of the levels just feel like there are sections in the game where it kind of feels like it wastes a bit of time because you're just walking from one point to the other, and I guess platforming in the game is not something I terribly like. It's not a deal breaker, but it's not something that that it feels as smooth as, say, a 2D Metroid.
Okay. Okay, so those are some criticisms. So is there anything else you want to talk about the game, Comet? Black Comet?
No, no. I think I have a lot. Will have more criticism when I get around the Metroid Prime 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
The more criticisms.
But yeah,
Prime.
get the game is.
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just going off memory, but I remember the game be a bit more difficult.
Okay.
Yeah, but Metroid Prime 1, get it? It's a good game. You enjoy it.
So you recommend it? Get it.
Also,
if
the
you can-
Phasons,
if you
the
can afford
Phasons,
it.
get the Metroid Prime trilogy because
Okay.
it contains all 3 games. If you can
What-
find it for cheap.
Okay. What about if you just want the first game
Yeah.
only?
Or well, the thing about the Metroid Prime 2, they tighten up everything. So the first game, I guess, I'm not sure I'm not sure how much the first game tells, but I will just get the trilogy because you get 3 games in one,
Okay.
and you get a few extra bits and stuff, and plus it runs better. And
Okay. Fair enough.
yeah.
All right then. So get Metroid Prime if you can find and afford it. Something just dropped off of my desk. Let me pick that up. You were gonna say something now?
Oh, you about to say something, Noah?
I was just gonna say, if you do want to play, if you do want to play just Metroid Prime alone without trying to find a Wii, I guess you can just do it through emulation. Dolphin is a really stable emulator.
Well, actually, funny you mentioned that.
Did you play through an emulator, Comet?
Well, I would say get the Prime. Yes. Because yes, I would say get the Prime hack. Because it was a modified emulator made specifically to run the Metroid Prime trilogy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a modified Dolphin, so it can play Prime because Prime unique controls. Wait, the Metroid Prime trilogy's unique Wii controls.
All
Just if you do that, go that route. Play with a controller, or get really good at using the keyboard.
Okay then.
And don't. Yeah.
Alright, so those are your options for Metroid Prime. So before we move on, let's check the chat. Dirty Dan says it's a Metroid game in first person. Chelsea was being a little horny, so Ray balked her. Of course. Ray says, I didn't know the Moon Gundam came with a stand. Huh. I mean, I would assume it would, because of all those panels on its... That big crescent moon thing on its back.
Did someone say a stand?
Not that stand.
Oh.
Yeah.
Endor.
I mean, I would assume the Moon Gundam should come with a stand, unless all that stuff on its back is able to keep its balance. Anyways. Dirty Dan says, "High grade moon Gundam comes with a stand. Nice, I might pick one up." Okay. Moon Gundam looks interesting, that's for sure. Alright, so we can move on now to our next game topic, which is Bright Memory. So SGD, what's the deal with this game?
So Bright Memory is that game where everyone's like, wow, this was made by one person, and then I play it and I'm like, yeah, I can tell.
Oh.
And visually, this game looks very good, but I'd be hesitant to really call it a game as it is a proof of concept or one of those demonstrations companies will show to executives. Like how you have a little team making like, here's what we could work on as our next project. Because it's just a slice of a larger game, which will be called Bright Memory Infinite, which is releasing in a week and a half, I think. And everyone who bought Bright Memory is getting it for free. And that's kind of what pushed me to buy it. Like, it's only the equivalent of 10 US, and then it's 20% off, so it's equivalent of 8 US, and you get more of a game later.
Huh.
And I'm hopeful that fixes a lot of the problems, because this game has a lot of concepts that are sort of patchworked together. And so, I mean, it seems like a proof of concept. It's a simple, like a mission from a first-person shooter, go here, go there, shoot things, find a couple of bosses. But you have a range of abilities, so you have a light sword, which will send off slashes of light as an attack. You can summon a area of damage around you. You can freeze enemies. But of course, a lot of those abilities are unlocked through XP. So you kill enemies, drop a little glowing light, pick that up, get XP. But the game has a major problem with communication. And I hate it when a game does not communicate. And the problem is, like, it starts off so well in the opening cinematic, where you start with a pistol, kill some enemies, you pick up an assault rifle, then you teleport into the main location for the game. It does not tell you how to switch weapons. And of course, I assume, like, oh, it must be the number keys. So I hit the 2 number key, and I pull out a shotgun. When did I get a shotgun?
Good night.
Alright, good night, Comet.
Like, when did I get a shotgun? I don't know, I just have a shotgun now. And you can melee too. Doesn't tell you how to melee, I had to look that up as well. But then that leads us into the problem with the abilities. Almost every enemy is a melee enemy. So that kind of defeats the purpose for a melee attack, because if you try getting into a melee fight, you're going to get gang bashed. You have, and there's a grapple ability which is only used a few times as an actual thing to traverse terrain. One of those times kills you.
Oh.
You can grapple to a pillar, and then it drops you down a hole, which is a serious oversight. Fortunately, you can just go back the way you came, so it doesn't soft lock you or anything. And you can grapple to enemies like the meat hook from Doom Eternal, but like I said, you melee enemies, you're going to get gang bashed. The game is also... People say it's a very hard game, although my first playthrough I only died twice, and that was to bad game design, where there's a hole which is just big enough for you to jump over. So you have to jump at just the right time, or you will fall into the hole. Or you can jump halfway across if you go along the sides, and the problem is the environment gives you the impression it's falling apart, so you don't have time to stop and think, or so you think. So if that was pretty annoying, because up until that point I hadn't died a single time. The second time was in the boss arena for the second boss, where you have flamethrowers which will periodically turn on and off. but more on the bosses later. The game, so it's not that hard. What it seems to capitalize on is getting the player to panic. Because when I realized, like, if I just calm down, enemies kind of melt if you shoot them in the head with your assault rifle.
Okay. Keep talking real quick. I just need to do something real quick.
There's not a lot of enemy varieties, and like I said, most of them are melee enemies. There's these undead warriors, a couple of animals, and some humans with guns. You mostly fight undead warriors, who are the melee enemies. So having 3 guns isn't really capitalized on. Like, you don't really need your pistol after the opening segment. It's kind of disadvantageous. Because you do die kind of quick if you let yourself get shot. But of course you have a dodge mechanic, and that sort of highlights another problem the game has is key bindings are locked. So I assume they'll be unlocked for Bright Memory Infinite. But it's kind of annoying because the dodge mechanic takes a bit of time to get used to. You gotta hold shift and press A, S, or D to dodge. Pressing W will just put you into a sprint. But then another thing is the bosses, where the first boss is another melee enemy, surprise, surprise. And he's really no different from most of the enemies aside from the ability to dash. So you just keep a distance from him, which the game already encourages you doing. And a big problem is his boss arena is huge. And that's kind of a bad thing, so having a distance is no obstacle. So it just becomes a run and gun until the bullet sponge dies kind of fight. And then the second boss reuses an area already passed through in the game with the flamethrowers. And the annoying thing about that boss fight is the boss feels less bullet spongy, but I think that's because he has 2 phases and thus 2 separate health bars. And the flamethrowers are especially annoying because the boss is still bullet spongy, and it encourages you to take your eyes off the boss, which is not really something I want to see. It kind of undercuts the game design. It's a melee boss in a tiny arena. It would have been nice if, I don't know, the flamethrowers hurt the boss, and like that was built into the boss fight. But it's kind of just, we needed another boss fight to end the game on. So like, let's reuse this area. So yeah, so like this does feel like something you would show off as a proof of concept, and that's kind of what it is. And I have heard something like it's kind of immoral that it is not blatantly advertising the fact that it's designed to support the game to reach Bright Memory Infinite. I don't think that's really wrong of them to do. On the Steam page, it's just like, here's Bright Memory. Because you are paying for a product and you're getting that product. Like, they don't really have to disclose that they're then using that money to fund another project, because that's basically what a lot of companies already do. You give them money and then they put that money towards something else. And in the game itself, when you boot it up, it does say like Bright Memory Infinite coming soon. So it's not like they're trying to hide the fact you're going to get more game later.
I see.
And the game does encourage you to play it 3 times for an achievement for some reason. And that'll basically get you about 2 hours of playtime. So it's not a lot, but it isn't a lot of money.
So in other words, the cheap price point kind of makes sense for the quality of the game.
Yeah, it's like, I can understand it being $10 and 1 person and it's not much game.
Also, thank you, Chels. I wasn't muted on our end, but on the stream, I was. So when I said I was back, they couldn't hear me. So thank you, Chels. I feel
Right,
your
yeah,
pain
so, like-
now, Nicholas.
And a lot doesn't. Like, a lot of it is patchwork. It doesn't really get utilized to the best of its abilities, and I hope that Bright Memory Infinite does smooth that over. There is a trailer for Bright Memory Infinite. I have watched it, but I'm not going to comment on it until I've actually played Bright Memory Infinite. But if you want to take the gamble, the game is only $10, and you will get Bright Memory Infinite for free. But yeah, that is a gamble.
Alright. Well, if you want to gamble $10 on this game, you can totally do that. It's on Steam.
Also,
right?
yeah, it's on Steam. It also comes in 3 languages: English, Chinese, and Japanese. English, of course, for the wide English-speaking audience. Japanese for the weebs, and Chinese is the developer's native language. But weirdly, the Chinese has the worst lip syncing. Not that the facial animations are actually good; they're awful.
Oh.
But like, it was one guy, so. And they're appealing to the Japanese audience when one of the main characters' alternate costumes is a schoolgirl outfit, and her dress is flipped up. Well, the skirt is flipped up. When you select it, then it flips back down. But the worst part is the hair is awful.
Hair.
She has pigtails. Like, no one above 12 should have pigtails. And then it's kind of pushing it.
It's like, oh, this Japanese girl in the schoolgirl outfit. Okay, she has pigtails. Why did you ruin it? You had such a
Dang it, Dan.
Yes, you had me a schoolgirl outfit, but Dirty Dan, she has pigtails. It's like, look, SGD, it's like, look, I'm okay with schoolgirl outfit, but pigtails? No, I'm not that crazy.
Schoolgirl outfit is a finish. Pig-girl tails are just gross. Pigtail girls are. It's a gross hairstyle for an adult woman.
Dirty Dan says, you say pigtails, I say headless. Oh my god, Dirty Dan. Here's that Chelsea was bad. Oh my god. I thought Chelsea was bad.
Oh my god!
I think that's a good enough place to leave it off.
Yeah, okay. Alright, so if you want to gamble $10, go ahead and play it. It's got some problems, but okay. Chels, don't encourage Dirty Dan.
Do it. Encourage him.
So, Nick, is there something you want to talk about? Besides your topic, which is next, but...
Would you fuck me?
Oh my god, stop. I can't... Family Guy ruined that moment forever. It's like when we watch that movie, every time I watch it now, I think of Family Guy.
Same!
I mean, I get him. I get why, because Chris's voice was based off of Buffalo Bill. It's like...
That fucking hard.
Hey Chris, how come your room suck? Hey, did you do something between...
Hey, did you stand something?
Dirty Dan says they don't call me Dirty Dan for nothing, wink. Oh my god.
I think this to end it off, I do like the longer version of what pigtails are. And that's about it. No.
Okay.
SGD, he can start blocking me right now. I ain't ashamed.
If it's really long like an anime girl, it's fine. But if it's really short, then it's not okay.
Oh, so if the pigtails have to be long, then it's okay in your book.
I was waiting for
Again,
SGD.
candles.
Oh my god, stop. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. Nick, you're up. Let's talk about Beast Wars. Okay.
Okay, so I'm talking about the IDW Beast Wars comic. Now, you might remember that Jenkins covered the IDW Beast Wars comic a few like last month. That's the recent one. This was I'm talking about the ones that were that was made back in during the okay, so the new Beast Wars was made for the 25th anniversary. I'm covering the one that was made for the 10th anniversary.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's basically it. Topic over. I have nothing else to say. No. So this comic is actually much different than like the other comic. Whereas the new, the new one's basically a full-on reboot.
It's a retelling of the Beast Wars story.
A retelling reboot. This one is somewhat of a continuation. So, apparently, also I have to stress, apparently the Japanese Beast Wars series is apparently canon to this, so figure that out on your own time or something. Because there's some weird stuff that goes on in that one.
In the Japanese Beast Wars. Japan. Never change.
I mean, one of the characters is a Tanuki with balls and all.
Yeah, I know. I remember that. The toy for it was just like, wasn't like an alarm clock or something, but it's still.
Yes.
But it still had the balls.
It still had the fucking balls.
Oh my god.
I'm standing underneath the enemy's photo.
So you guys need to understand this. You guys need to understand this. At no point of during like the toys for Revenge of the Fallen Devastator, they never came with his they never came with the Wrecking Ball scrotum. A third party was able to do it like as an add-on, but like there's no like little piece that you could clip on that's officially from Hasbro or Takara. Takara has a fucking transformer that just has testicles. Just hanging out.
Probably the only reason why Hasbro didn't add the Wrecking Balls is because none of the Constructicons even came with the Wrecking Ball. None of their vehicle forms has Wrecking Balls on it, nor their robot modes. Just all of a sudden, when they combine, now Devastator has the Wrecking Balls. And it's not even attached to the crane. It's attached to, like, the... whatever dump truck that forms the torso turns into.
Oh, Jenkins, that's the reason why they didn't put it on there. Not because it's incredibly embarrassing. It's just it doesn't make logical sense. Yeah, that's right.
Well, of course. What else? Why else would you think otherwise?
I talk about this because the main villain for there are two miniseries. The comic comprises of two 4-issue miniseries each, called The Gathering and The Ascending. And the villain for the first miniseries is actually from Beast Wars Neo, Magmatron. Not Megatron, Magmatron.
Completely different.
The guy. Yes, because whereas Megatron turns into a T-Rex and later a dragon, Magmatron just turns into a whole shitload of prehistoric animals. And by that I mean like he splits apart into like 3 different prehistoric animals.
He's kind of like Overlord, but for beast modes.
Yeah, essentially.
Like Overlord, his upper torso is a like plane jet thing, and then his legs are the tank.
Yeah. You could also probably think Armada tidal wave.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So Magmatron's the big baddie for the first half.
Yeah. Yeah. So essentially, his plan is to basically. All right. So I actually have to talk about the original cartoon of Beast Wars really quick, because in season 2 we got Covert Agent Ravage.
Decepticons forever! I spent $50 on the toy. I spent $50 on a toy because it's a Hasbro Pulse Premium. It's probably the only chance you're gonna get. I mean, it's probably gonna be on eBay, but for even more money.
Yeah, fuck you, aftermarket.
Yeah.
So, essentially, what happens is, Wait, quick question. Am I the last, thing we're covering, or something before?
Not after you, so.
Okay, just checking. No
Yeah.
rush, I just wanted to know. Because I'm trying to remember if not when or one. Oh yeah. And basically the reason why Ravage was actually in the show is because he had a mission from the Predicus Council, which is basically the Predacon government.
In the future, both
future.
Maximals and Predacons are ruled by bureaucracy.
Yep.
Megatron was right all along.
What's funny is that they actually take it further in the Beast Wars Uprising, but that's a whole other topic.
Oh, Beast Wars Uprising is... Ooh, that's a journey of its own.
Yeah. We should probably cover that one day.
We should... Yeah. Well, I mean, Beast Wars Okay, the big thing about Beast Wars Uprising, though, is, like, it's more than just comics.
Yeah.
It's a multimedia thing going on that covers all of Beast Wars Uprising.
Yeah.
Dirty Dan says, I missed out on that Ravage figure, but I did get hands on that Shatterglass, Mex, and Starscream. Is Ravage already sold out on Hasbro Pulse?
I don't think so. Let's check.
Yeah, keep talking.
Playing a game, so I
keep talking.
I'm gonna keep talking. So the reason why Ravage there is the Tripredacus Council sent Ravage to go into the past. Yes, Beast Wars is a show that takes place in the future, but also in the past.
Covert Agent Ravage. Covert Agent Ravage. Remember to leave a plate of black coffee out in the future. Also in the past.
Also in the past.
Ravage is still available on Hasbro Pulse for $53.
Yeah.
This is minus shipping and tax that adds on, but as it is standalone, it's $53. I
take him like now.
Yeah. I could send you a link, Dirty Dan, to Hasbro Pulse. If I can. I gotta go in Micah's server so I could DM you.
Basically, the reason why Ravage is there is the Tripredacus Council. So Megatron, his whole plan is basically cause a lot of damage into the past, so that way he could be the one who rules in the future.
Ah. Oh, Dirty Dan says by that I mean I'm broke. Ah. Well, I sent you the link.
Get money.
I sent you the link in case you want to buy him. So.
Who needs to eat? This is Ravage we're talking about.
I still remember when Ravage came out. It's like check us, Ravage just came out. I just bought a new Gunpla. Why would you dare invest in Gunpla when you could buy Transformers? It's like, you know which is the superior hobby. Then why is the superior hobby always out of stock?
Like I said, and it's an abusive relationship.
Why do you gotta hurt me with the truth, Xenonick?
I'm hurting too. Literally, when I found out Ravage was available, I just kept saying that all day to people, to just random people. My hobby's an abusive relationship.
you just told your grandparents. Okay, grandparents, can you please get?
I did tell them that.
No, but did you tell them? Please get this. I'm in an abusive relationship.
I did tell them that my hobby is like an relationship.
Okay. So Ravage was sent back in time.
Basically to bring Megatron back so he can stand trial for his crimes, because he basically stole an artifact called the Golden Disc, which basically has all recorded history, Earth history on it. Mm-hmm. So basically, steal disc, go back into the past, fuck some shit up, become king of everything.
He's gonna change the past to change the future.
Yep.
Well, the Megatron, no, that's not how time travel works.
It almost worked though, which is fucked.
Yeah, it almost worked, and by almost worked is that he almost destroyed time itself.
Yep.
So Ravage was sent back to Earth to get Megatron.
Basically, yeah, bring Megatron back. He failed.
Yeah, long story short, he bit the bullet.
Yeah, so basically
kinda literally.
So basically now, they basically sent Magmatron to go and basically, okay, our last agent failed, it's up to you now to do what it is you do and stuff.
Bring Megatron to us. You got it. Hey, Magmatron, you sure you're gonna bring him? You're gonna bring him back, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring.
It's the Star Wars meme. We're sending you to bring Megatron back. You're gonna bring him back, right? Yeah. You're gonna bring him back, right? Right? Magmatron? I think we fucked up, guys. You still there, Nick? Nick?
Oh man.
Oh no.
Nick didn't bring back Megatron.
Oh no. Oh.
Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, that was weird.
Yeah.
What happened? When did I cut out?
You cut out when I was like, okay, Magmatron, you're gonna bring back Megatron, right? You're gonna bring him back, right?
Basically, Magmatron has his own plans.
'Cause of course.
So basically, what he's gonna do is that when he gets there, because there were still some protoforms that still have yet to actually, be awakened.
Mm-hmm.
And so he gets a crew together, of included but not limited to Man Terror, who will turn to a mantis. Spitter, who turns into a poison frog. Transketo, who turns into a fucking disgusting mosquito.
Yeah.
Yeah. He don't look too pleasant either. and a couple others as well, like Iguanus. But he also has someone else. There's a character named Razor Beast, who's actually a Maximal, hired by Lio Convoy from Beast Wars 2 to actually go and make sure, okay, hey, I don't fucking trust Magmatron. I need you to make sure nothing is, like,
Goes
screwy. Okay, but what if something does go wrong? Then, sabotage. Okay.
And if the sabotage goes wrong, what then?
Run.
Yeah, just run. That's
It's
it.
kind of fucked.
It's like
So I would
that's
say
it? Yeah,
sabotage.
just hit and run. Hit and run. Okay. And what if the hit and run fails? Well, then you're screwed. Good luck.
Will I be able to contact you? No. And Razor Beast turns into a warthog. Which, honestly, considering the whole idea that, or at least in America, that Predacons turn, like, reptiles, amphibians, and insects, whereas
Maximals usually
Maximals
like
turn to
mammals.
birds, fish, and mammals. You would think they would have figured out that he's a Maximal.
I mean, to be fair, Nick, warthogs are fucking scary.
They are. They are. They really are.
Like a wild warthog boar, like those things are terrifying.
So Magmatron's plan is, when he's in the past, he's gonna so there's a shell program that Predacons make. For those who know, Tarantulas makes a shell program that turns the Maximal protoform pods and reprograms them into Predacons.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, what Magmatron's gonna do, he's basically gonna make a larger version of that.
He's gonna
Basically, it's gonna be a signal that releases like across the planet.
Mm-hmm. And he's gonna build an army.
I'm gonna build an army.
They're gonna build an army of commanders.
And what happens is Razor Beast is like, no, I can't let that happen. So basically, what he does is that he tampers with the program, and so there's half of the proforms released are Predacons, but the other half remain Maximals.
Was the way you described it was more like it was so that it's now a 50-50 chance of protoforms either becoming Maximal or Predacon.
They don't really clear how many of which were.
True, but I'm saying like
at least. Let's just say there's enough Maximals enough for there to fight against the Predacons.
Yeah.
And when that happens, Magmatron ain't too happy. So Razor Beast gets the fuck out of Dodge.
Oh shit, I'm caught. What did Lyle Convoy say to do? Sabotage. Okay, I already did. What else did he say? Run.
Run, bitch! Run! And so, Razor Beast, run, bitches, run.
He finds friends though.
He does. There's Baboom, who turns into a baboon. Wolf Fang, who turns to a wolf. Optimus Minor, who turns into a chimpanzee. Ramulus, who turns into a ram. Honestly, I could probably just... You could probably guess on your own. Bone Crusher turns into a buffalo.
What does Snarl turn into?
Some sort of Tasmanian devil. Like a Tasmanian devil or a Wolverine.
Okay. So... but they're still outnumbered.
Yes. And basically the thing about the comic is that I should actually explain. Okay, so what happens is Magmatron basically is like, okay, I have to get the army together, but because there's Maximals around, I need to make sure
they don't interfere with my plans.
Exactly. So basically, he needs a general of sorts to allow him that way there's someone who could fight the Maximals and someone who can be able to do the primary objective Tripericus Council set him to do, which is capture Megatron. And so they find the corpse of Ravage.
And they don't let him die.
Let me die! Just let me die! Let me die in peace!
No. You're perfect. Yes, but I'm too perfect.
I am too perfect.
This is what happens when you try to play God! Ah!
And so, Ravage is back. And basically, the Maximals split up into two teams. One that's gonna face off against Ravage, and the other, they get a signal out for help. And essentially, and the reason why it's like, even though the Beast Wars show is going on at the same time, and the comic doesn't interfere with that, is because weird chrono misplacement.
Time travel.
It's easier, kinda, yeah, but also no, but yes, but also no. The comic explains it better. Basically, there are things that... No, go ahead. I think you could probably explain it better than I could.
I don't know. Something to do with the time trap, quantum mechanic stuff happens where basically...
There are points where the cartoon cast can't register the existence of the comic cast.
Yeah, because they're chronally displaced or something like that.
Yeah.
Where they can do whatever they want, but Beast Wars show cast can never know because they're considered invisible to them.
Yeah. And there's a way to work around it, because that's how they capture Megatron. He gets free, though.
Yeah. Probably a bad idea, considering what happens later.
Yeah. Really, the thing about the comic is that it's basically a comic about the characters that never got that got a toy,
but never made it onto the show.
Yeah. It's basically a chance to give them some time in the spotlight. And the sequel actually includes characters from Beast Wars 2 and Neo.
Including Big Convoy.
Yep.
So if you wanted Optimus to turn into a mammoth, there you go. But he doesn't really turn into a mammoth. in the comics.
He used to, but then he changed back to a Cybertronian mode because apparently, again, takes place after Beast Wars Neo and 2.
And if you want to watch the Japanese stuff, good luck.
It's weird.
It's weird. But then again, not some of the Japanese stuff are better. I mean, they fixed Night Scream in their Japanese stuff with Beast Machines.
Nickname for Rat Trap is Auntie.
Auntie. Night Scream. Flaming homosexual.
Because they're him and Silverbolt were the flyers. Black Arachne would call them gay boy Tachi.
So in the second comic run, the Ascending.
Yeah, they have to face off against a guy who's trying to become a demigod named Shakaract.
Yeah, basically, Shakaract got a hold of some questionable substances that make people go crazy.
Energy. Yeah. Essentially, it's like
Dark Energon.
Yeah, basically. In fact, I think it was Dark Energon before Dark Energon was a thing. Because in Neo, it was essentially confirmed that it was like the lifeblood of Unicron.
Ah. So it's just Dark Energon, but in a different name. And green.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chelsea says drugs. Yeah. I mean, yeah. just yeah. So the Maximals now they gotta fight Shakarat.
Yeah, and they actually have to form an alliance with the Predacons to do so.
Cause Shakarat's crazy.
Yep.
They win though.
Though with a heavy price, let's just say that.
Let's just say maybe they let's just say maybe they should have just brought Megatron back. maybe they should have stopped Magmatron. Beast Machines.
Overall though, I do recommend it because it is basically a day in the limelight for the characters no one gave a shit about.
Don't.
I kid, but
okay. But to be fair, though, the new Beast Wars comic, since we read the most recent issue, they're kind of doing the same thing now because they just introduced Razor Beast.
Yeah, who was the breakout character of the previous IDW comics.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, he's one of the more harder characters to find now, probably because of those the original IDW comics.
Yeah. But at least Razor Beast's back now.
Yeah, but in a coma.
He'll get better.
Man, Razor Beast just cannot catch a break.
I mean, he'll get better, right? He'll get
Hopefully.
better, right?
Hopefully. I liked what they were doing with him and Scold.
Yeah.
Also, I might low-key ship that.
You Scold and Razor Beast best ship, and if anyone questions me, screw you. I'm gonna send angry letters to the writers of the comic to make my ship happen. I'm gonna pull a Voltron fan.
Oh my god.
Oh god, Voltron fans. Oh Christ, that was something else. So yeah, that's the Beast Wars comic. Chelsea says, so apparently Disney owned Alvin and the Chipmunks is on Disney Plus. I thought that was always Disney.
The reason why it's on Disney, the movies are on Disney Plus is because Fox.
Ah, they're Fox. Their Dan says, now you see, kids, drugs are bad. Okay. 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 Alright.
Drugs are bad. If you do them, you're bad. Okay.
Okay. Ray says, Frankenravage? I mean,
technically, if you want to think about it, that's how basically all Transmetal 2 characters are, basically.
I mean, have you seen Transmetal 2 Cheetor? Which is, well, I mean, Ravage is basically a heavy repaint of Transmetal 2 Cheetor. It's like, you're not too far off. Transmetal 2, one step closer to Beast Machines, and honestly, they should have just stayed at Transmetal 2. Kimball Slice Optimus Primal. Who turns into a monkey?
Kimbo Slice Optimus Primal breaks into your room ASMR. he just breaks into your room at night and just crawls into bed with you.
Oh my god.
It's the most...
Oh god. Alright.
Ready for some monkey business?
Stop! Stop! Oh my god. Oh my god. I already told Chelsea and Dirty Dan they were... And now you? I expected better from you.
Changus, remember that time we were watching Dan Green making those porn sounds, and the fact that I brought, and because Dan Green played Knuckles, I literally said, yeah, which head do you like better?
Oh my god. To be fair, I didn't say for you guys to look it up. Not here's just on his own will, voluntarily, just typed in Dan Green hentai sound.
To be fair, Xeno Nick's favorite thing is a xenomorph, and we all know what their head looks like.
Actually, my favorite thing is not a xenomorph, it's a bionicle.
No, it's definitely a xenomorph, Nick.
I know you're referencing the picture, and I love that picture, but in truth, it's actually bionicle.
Yeah, no, but xenomorphs. We all still know what xenomorph heads look like.
Oh, it's not even like a question. It's not even like a doubt. Have you seen the original? Have you seen the original design of it?
Oh no, that's just straight up a dick.
That's just straight up foreskin.
It's
That's
like
a
you can't get mad
penis.
at you can't get mad at Nick for making dirty remarks.
Well, let me ask you this, Nick. If you love Bionicle so much, how come Takua Nick is only reserved for Bionicle 101?
Because I've been Xeno Nick so long, it's become a staple.
Xeno Nick allows him to get away with dirty remarks.
That too.
Okay.
Takua's too pure. Now Takanuva, on the other hand, considering he's been plagued by Makuta.
Ooh.
Get out of my head!
Oh, Takua. Alright. Chelsea says monkey lemonade. Oh my god. Stop. Okay, enough talking about innuendos and stuff. We're at the home stretch here. We're at the home stretch here.
Banana?
Oh my god, I swear, Nick. I swear. Okay,
I'm sorry! I had to do it!
we're at the home stretch here. All right, Not, you're up. So let's talk about Paranoia Agent.
I decided to pick out something that, because considering that, well, technically as I'm talking right now, it is Halloween right now. And I wanted to pick out something that to celebrate the holiday. But I didn't know what to pick, and so I just fell back on a safe choice, that being Satoshi Kon. Satoshi Kon I wouldn't call him my favorite anime director. I would call him my favorite director. It's very strange with him because the vast majority of his works is characterized as animes. Yet at the same time, a lot of his works make poke fun of the conventions of anime so much. They just feel like anti. So that's the Paranoia Agent. I just want to start off by saying, Satoshi Kon has a very interesting, the late Satoshi Kon, may I say, fuck cancer. He has a very interesting filmography. It's like, this is the same man who would make a psychological thriller about an idol being stalked and having an identity crisis. To a drama about a woman trying to recall her life, to a Christmas comedy about three bums.
Which we need to watch again. What season coming?
It's a Christmas tradition now.
Yes.
About three bums going to find a suitable house for a child that they found in the trash. And then, right before his very last film he ever made, Paprika, which, is Dreams the movie. He made this I would say the only real series he's worked on as with his reputation in mind, because one of his first directing jobs was the fourth and fifth episode of the JoJo OVA. So he did work on those. He did work on a lot of OVA projects. Of course, he was an assistant to Kazuhiro Otomo. And I did show you guys Magnetic Rose, so
that you did.
I explain.
It's just.
So weird. But it's just, it's like, So, yeah, it's like the only proper series he's kind of ever done in his short lifetime. And it encapsulates one of his most famous themes throughout all of his works. What is reality and what is fiction? So, Paranoia Agent is, to run by the synopsis, it is a story about the idea of a phenomenon, I guess I would call it, where the series starts off with a very famous character designer, Suga. I'm sorry, it's very late for me, and Japanese names are very hard.
That's
very
fine.
hard to,
It's fine.
So, a very famous character designer created a mascot character called Momani. There's one of the most endearing images of the show is that mascot character. And so she one day after trying to walk home from work, she got hellaciously assaulted by what she described as a elementary school aged child, riding on golden skates, carrying a golden bat. And the bat is dented already. So the entire show has that overarching structure where there is this looming threat. In the English version, they refer to him as Little Slugger. In the Japanese, he's referred to as Shonen Bat. I'm going to refer to him as Little Slugger because it's a bit of an easier name to say.
Alright.
It's funnier.
So.
Oh no! He went to He'll hit us with a rotom bat! What, late night Nick is racist Nick.
Late 2 cents live, the show where the longer we go, the more racist we get.
Next thing you know, it's just a picture of all of us in rice hats, squinting our eyes and just putting out butt teeth. And we all have to talk in stereotypically Chinese accents. Wake up your 2 cents!
Wake up the 2 cents! How may I help you? You get out of my shop!
Well, Nick, technically I would take out the racist buck teeth, but our sponsors wouldn't like it.
I mean, look, to be fair, I already did the squinty eye stuff myself. So it's not uncommon.
Fine, I take picture of angry.
Good. You make too many white people moving anyway.
You make too many white people moving anyway. So it's like, yeah, it's one of the most, like, so the overarching plot of this show is that there is a Little Slugger, a mysterious figure who has claimed a lot of hit and run victims, And many of those hit and run victims are the pivotal characters of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I honestly forgot how disturbing of a show this is.
Oh.
Because Satoshi Kon did mention before, as he was making the show a lot of the main purpose behind the show was he had a lot of good ideas
Mm-hmm.
he wanted to use, but he couldn't use them in any other project. So he created this show in order for him to use those ideas. And it's like, I never knew something could flow so well and feel just so off-settling as the things in this show is. It's like by episode 2, for instance, you're late night 2 cents getting crazy. I'm sorry.
So, by episode 2, things are already getting a little fucked.
Episode 2, we're exploring the story of an elementary school boy who's a bit of an egotist,
Okay.
having to experience the idea of social ostracization because he's being suspected of being Little Slugger. And it's just the entire story is watching him watching his mental state deteriorate as more and more people are distrusting him to the point of even outright just disliking him and even hating on him. And all the while he suspects the very sweet, innocent exchange student in his class who he would just routinely like to mock and fat shame.
Fat shame. Why you so fat? Lose weight already.
It's like he believes, like he has this, he developed this delusion.
You had me Yokozuna for sumo wrestling.
Why you so fat?
He's fat. I'll make her bleed.
You're so right! Take Biceman to make neighborhood delivery!
And so it's like, just the entire episode is just watching, this entire episode is just watching him just going down the mental drain. Because as he tries to get back to his normal life where he was praised by everyone, it's like watching a narcissist go through a mental breakdown, and it's a child.
Ooh.
And so you get that. It's like you get an episode of that. The next episode following is about a woman struggling to deal with her identity, struggling to maintain her identity as she wants to, she wants to live a normal life, married to her, to having a normal life, married to her coworker. And her other identity is a call girl who can't give up a party life, who can't give up her party lifestyle. So much so that she always wakes up blacked out drunk with messages on her video, like messages on her not video. It's like messages on her voice, on her answering machine. Of this second person, this second personality taunting her into saying that she's fake, she's not real. Like, and of course, episode 9. It's one of the, I would say there are a few episodes in this series that aren't as doom and gloom as most of the other episodes. Episode 5 is just turns into D&D, where the where the police thought that they found the real little slugger, when it just turns out it's just someone suffering from a delusion that he believes he is some kind of mystic hero.
Oh.
It's like that. That's a really fun episode where nothing really terrible happens, and then you get the 9th episode, which is on the surface very lighthearted and sweet until you realize it's an episode about suicide.
Oh. Okay.
Lovely.
An old man, a man in his 30s, and a young girl attempt to take their own lives.
Okay.
It's like I don't
You know what the thing that sucks?
What?
If the Decepticons were watching the show, Megatron would be like, "Do it!"
Oh my god.
He would.
Yeah, he would.
I think what really works about that episode is just the fact that the old man and the
young girl.
Not the young girl, but it's the 30-year-old the 30-year-old dude. They're trying to keep this girl safe because she's really young. She shouldn't be taking her own life at that point in her life, so she has a lot to look forward to. So there's this very surreal scene where they're waiting for a train, and you know what trains? Very, very sick people view trains as. And it's like the moment before they were going to attempt to do what they did, another person beat them to it. Just leaped right off the platform as the train was barreling into the station. And it's like, and this is not a very kind of funny thing. Not funny. It's kind of the interesting thing about the show. It's not it has shown nudity a lot, but it rarely shows gore.
Huh.
There's just the moment just like the moment the moment they see the corpse. We don't get to see the corpse, and they just look at it. It's like the animation's so good, where it's just like their expressions alone kind of sell you on the fact that yeah, this is a messy way to die. Let's not do this. And just walk right up, walk right up the platform and just leave. All the while they're singing and going to go grab candy. It's a very surreal episode.
Okay.
And of course, there's just a lot of other episodes that I don't want to spoil it because I think it's like they work really hard. They work really hard going in blind. And, like deep down, you know, like the root of paranoia agent is that, you know, reality, it's often not what we make it. It's often not what we believe it to be. It's very cruel than we think it is. Not all the time, but you know, and largely, I think one of the most, I think I could be thinking into this. It's like I think one of the prevailing themes of Paranoia Agent is, wow, it's like living in Japan must be the worst country ever. Because a lot of the people who get episodes focused on them, they all have this, you know, they all have mental disorders in some way, or they're all just people who, it's like they're all just people who are suffering under a system. And it's just it becomes a really interesting social commentary about how this is not like this aspect of our everyday life. This does not look good when you try to examine it. Why do we keep doing this?
I mean, there's literally a word, karoshi, that they made that's literally just death by overworking.
Yeah, Japanese culture, well, especially the work cultures. Ooh.
You doctor yet?
It's like,
Talk to me when you doctor!
How much? What you do? What school you come from? I graduated from, you know, well, what's the university?
University of Phoenix. That's not real.
Never heard
of it.
Not
Real school.
Huh? How much you make?
what do you mean?
I make well, I mean, I make several million. Welcome to family.
Family.
It's like, it's a show that becomes it's really a show that I think only Satoshi Kon can ever make. Because it's just it puts all three of his trademarks in one show, and he somehow managed to make it all work. Where you can have this entire like show that just that feels like that feels like a trip, going through a really bad trip, and then the next minute there's this entire joke where a fat police officer almost gets clocked, gets clocked by Little Slugger, which he manages to beat down and arrest. It's like you get comedy like that, and then you get disturbing stuff. It's like this shouldn't coexist, but it does surprisingly well.
Huh.
It's like, I think it's a very trite statement. I think just that a lot of people tend to say, like, oh, this is very, this work of fiction is more important today than it was before, than it was when it aired. But I think it's like, in my opinion, it's like Paranoia Agent is kind of one of those. Like, Paranoia Agent is just one of those shows that fits that description. Not because it didn't have any weight for when it first aired.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like it's a problem that still persists today. And what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say anything.
Oh. It's a problem. It's a problem that persists today, and it's not one that will get a solution. And I kind of interpret the idea of Little Slugger as just being this because the show never really makes a definitive answer of if it is a real person or anything else. But it's just like, like the very concept of the little slugger is the idea of having to confront that a certain segment of your it's literally having to confront a demon. You're very you're helpless in the face of it, even though you would think in reality it's like, oh man, like you would think in reality it's something small and benign, like a kid, like a young child just rolling around in roller skates. But no, it's like it's one of the scariest things in the world, because you're at such a vulnerable point in your life that that baseball bat will hit just more harder than you think it would. Of course it is a show that I highly recommend if you want to watch something for this last day of Halloween. It's 13 episodes. You can get it done in about like 6 hours. So the English dub is really good. So you can just put it in the background and just hear all the disturbing things that happens as you munch down on the caramel coin in your candy corn and all your different type of corns.
Oh. Sounds lovely.
Well, it's like, I will end this segment.
Is there corn on the cob?
corn in the cob. Yes, of course.
I want the corn on the cob.
You get the corn on the cob when you do your job, Shockwave.
It's like I will kind of end it with saying this. It's like, it's like, the world lost a man with so much potential. But I think even with what he has left, there's still something oddly beautiful that you can find in it. That the more and more you go back to watch it.
Okay. Man, that got... That got heavy real fast. This is the same man who gave us Tokyo Godfather.
Yes.
Well, maybe we could watch maybe we could watch Paranoia Agent for the next Halloween marathon next year. We could all get psychologically scarred together.
That'd be fun.
Watch. Let's see how we watch. Discord server. We just cope with. Watch as we cope with the psychological trauma by making jokes with Megatron reacting to fucked up stuff. It's like, oh man, this is dark. How do we cope with it? Ha! See, Starscream, I told you this was good entertainment. Megatron, she's just off herself. Yeah, what's your point?
And I fantasize that one day you will decide to do that, Starscream.
The day I do that is the day I die.
I'm hoping for that. That's literally what I just said.
Well, it won't be by your hands. Start.
I don't care. I just hope you die.
Alright. Let's see the chat. Okay, let's scroll up. So Chelsea Paranoia Agent got the strangest anime opening ever. Alright. Ray says, yes, I love Tokyo Godfather. Well, yeah, Tokyo Godfather's great.
It is, yeah.
Durdan says, we found a baby. Shenanigans ensued. That's the movie. And I love it.
Decepticon Godfather. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Let's see here.
Starscream, feed it.
Let's see. Durdan says, bit of a non sequitur, but I'm playing Fallout 4 and didn't even bother talking to Kellogg. I just launched a mini nuke at him and it worked. Okay then. Chelsea says, it's a custom for people to take off their shoes before committing suicide. Shows the anime opening with the girl on the building and her shoes are removed and she is laughing.
It's a very it's strange to say this, but it's a cultural thing. It's taking off one's shoes before committing suicide is a form of leaving this world behind.
Huh. Okay. Durdan says, Megatron, come on, do it already. This is how we cope with dark topics. We just make Megatron make light of it
Do it. Who's gonna care?
Man, the paranoia agent theme is
Do a
a
flip.
ear long.
Just do a flip.
Do a flip. What are you waiting for? What are
Optimus,
you waiting for?
for our comedy series, when Optimus finds out Megatron wants to be part of Autobots, I'm gonna. Optimus, don't do it! I'm gonna jump off this arc, and I'm gonna hopefully hit my head hard enough so that I get offline. Do a flip!
Optimus, where we go? Don't worry, Bumblebee. I have a plan. I'm gonna jump!
No! You have to
Do a flip! Do a flip!
do a flip.
Optimus, no, you have so much to live for. I get it, reverse psychology.
Racist Siri, why City? Why Chink is a failure? Oh god, I gotta press the button again.
Failure!
Alright. Chelsea says, I'm angry at my stupid DirecTV remote won't work. I just drowned it in water. Now don't drown your TV remote, Chels. Or it needs new battery. Check to see if it needs new batteries. If that does the trick, then that was it. If not, then I guess call your TV service for help. Megatron wants monkey limb. Chelsea.
How dare you?
Megatron.
Dirty Dan. Optimus. I have a plan. Bumblebee. I have a plan, Bumblebee. I just need more money. I get that's a great reference. I just need the money. Now, Bumblebee, I have a plan. I have a plan, Dutch. You always have a plan, Dutch. That's great. I still have never have played Red Dead though. I had that friend I met up with today to watch Dune. He has Red Dead. Alright. So we're done with our topics, so let's just go to the lobby now. So yeah. What did we learn today? We learned that our coping mechanism is making Megatron make dark jokes. Megatron, I don't think that's a good thing. Shut up, Starscream.
Starscream, I'm evil.
We also learned that we live in a society.
Yeah, we live in a society. And yeah, we learned that Japanese culture is hell, especially the work culture. Megatron's evil. One of our hosts here doesn't like Metroid Prime, and watch Dune. Just watch Dune. It's gonna be a great experience, especially in theaters. Watch Dune. That's all I have to say. Just watch Dune. Okay, we are now reaching the 4-hour mark, because of course. Though to be fair, I spent like the first 10 minutes trying to fix SGD's avatar. But yeah, so I'm gonna mute you. Actually, before I mute you guys, I do want to say I did talk to you guys a bit about it before, but I'm thinking maybe not next Saturday, but maybe the Saturday after that for 2 Cents Live. I'm gonna see if I can try to turn my script for the 2 Cents review of 3 Nights 4 Days comic into a live review. Cause I'm gonna try my hand at a live review, because again, because of class, I just don't have the time to edit anymore. And then the first thing I'm doing after I'm done with class is I'm fucking finishing that Bionicle 101 video.
Yes.
I've been putting that off too long. Because again, I just haven't found the time to edit it. So, I'm gonna see, not next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, but the Saturday after next week. I'm gonna see if I can try my hand at a live comic review. I already got some footage filmed of like just, you know, turnaround shots of the book and stuff. And I'm gonna see if I can turn that into a live review. So that's what I'm gonna try. So yeah. So now I'm gonna mute you guys real quick as I close the stream off. So mute. I muted myself. Okay, mute. SGD's already muted. And Nick's muted. Okay. So, with that said, I think we can call it here. Chell says this was fun. Well, of course. Every 2 Cents live stream is fun. I would do it at an earlier time, but you know, scheduling and Spectrum is a bitch to work with. Get any other Wi-Fi other than Spectrum. Spectrum's terrible. Don't get it. So with that said, we'll call it here. I gotta turn the music off real quick. Alright, music's turned off. Ray says good watch. Chell says it was a hilarious stream. Thanks, guys. You two, Ray and Chels, you two always coming here for 2 Cents Live is much appreciated. And Dirty Dance, thanks for coming along too. Always fun to see people come along and interact with the chat. And like every night I see the number of viewers just steadily but slowly growing. So that's always a good sign. So remember, you know, follow us on Twitch. The stream will be archived onto my YouTube channel as well, so you know you could check that out as well. And with that said, Chels says you're welcome. Yeah, Chels. Thank you. So with that said, I'm Genghis Khan, and this was 2 Cents Live. See you next week.